Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. The excitement's already started before I even started talking. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, I hope. Welcome, everyone. Please confirm to me that you can hear me clearly in the comments. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone doing this morning? You are very, very, very welcome to the Live Away Conference 2023. Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome, ladies. Thank you so much for confirming that you can hear me. So wonderful to see everyone this morning. Welcome. Thank you for joining in early. Thank you for showing up today. I hope that you have had a wonderful, wonderful week and you are sufficiently excited for the Live Away Conference 2023. In case you know anybody, there we go. In case you know anybody who should be here that is not here, this is the time to go call them, go look for them, go bring them out because we are starting. I especially welcome everyone and thank you once again for joining us this morning. We are going to have an amazing 4 hours together this morning, learning, celebrating, growing, and just really having a wonderful time together. So I hope that you are excited. I want to get a good sense of who is here this morning. So if you could tell me in the comments where you are joining us from, what part of the world you're joining us from, because as you know, the Immerse community is a global community. So if you could tell me where in the world you're joining us from, and also tell me if you are a member of the Immerse community or not. If you're joining us for the first time, for Live Away Conference. So if you're a member of the Immerse community, tell us where you're from, Superwoman or Superwoman or the Future Forward Female Mastermind. And if you are not a member of our community, we want to celebrate you as well. So tell us if you are a first timer, if this is your first time joining an Immerse event. Want to know who's here? Welcome, 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 welcome. All right, Comfort is from Makurdi, Benue State, and she's a member of the Immerse community. Weso is from Ogun State, and she's a member of the community. All right, there we go. Dr. Newton, hi, good morning, card-carrying member of the Future Forward Female Mastermind, and she's joining us from Germany. Good morning, welcome, welcome. Mudupe is a proud card-carrying member, and she's joining us from Canada this morning. YouTube fam, I see you as well. Good morning, Stephanie Williams from Benin. Welcome. Is that Benin City or is that Benin Republic? Good morning, Oluwatimile from Lagos. She is a member of the community. Dr. J is from Lagos. Yvette is from Ghana. Hello, Yvette. Member of Sprout Woman. We have someone from Cyprus who is a member of our community. We have Tolulope from Ogun State, who is a member of the community. We have Toyin Shodipe. Hello. A proud member of the Future Forward Female Mastermind, and she's a member of our community, of course. We have Nkechi from Ibadan, who is a member of the Mastermind. We have Wepia, who is a member of the Future Forward Female Mastermind. We have a first timer in the house. Oluwafoyi Sola Bamishe is from Lagos, Nigeria, and this is the first time. Welcome, 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 welcome. Alpha Victoria is from Lokoja, and this is the first time. We heartily welcome all our first timers. We love you. We thank you for joining us, and we promise you that you are going to have an amazing time. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish I could go through all of this. Blossom is from Warri, Delta State, and she is not a member. Welcome, Blossom. We are so excited to have first timers really amongst us today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. And to our members, you know that we love you and we are really excited to have you We're really excited to have you here with us. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much today. All right. Once again, welcome to the Live Awake Conference. We are going to have a power-packed 4 hours together. It is going to be a lot of insights, a lot of learning, a lot of celebration as well. We are going to have 2 power-packed panels with some wonderful, wonderful ladies, which I'm really, really looking forward to. You will see some fun activities. You will watch some videos. There will be a debate. So if you used to be part of the debate society in your young days, this is the time to bring out all the skills that you have. So really excited to welcome you. My encouragement or what I'm encouraging you to do today is to please be present, be fully participatory. Drop your comments in the comment section, be here, be completely here. 100%. Don't, be partially here and don't be wondering what's going on after 30 minutes. Be completely here, be fully here, be ready to learn and, have your heart ready for an expectation, ready to learn something here today. Also, of course, as you know, get a pen, get a notepad, get your journals, your electronic journals, your physical journals, and take notes. Listen for what's being said and then listen for what's not being said. Open your heart to opportunities and please be ready to, go away from here with action plans for the next year. Welcome once again to the Live Awake Conference 2023. I wanted to ask how many Live Awake conferences you've been at, but we will ask that later. At this moment, I want to welcome our very own General Manager, Ngozi Divine Basil, who will be charging us as we start today. Good morning, Ndidi.
Hi, Coach Faye. Good morning. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. Please confirm that you can hear me clearly, that my audio is on point. And Coach Faye, please give me sharing access briefly. Good morning. Let me just take this moment to welcome those I can see in the chat. Dr. Newton. Good morning, Modupe. Good morning, Atemolu. Good morning, Olabisi. Good morning to Dorcas. I'm looking at YouTube as well. Ramilekun, Simnom. That's an interesting name. I love your name. Good morning, Stephanie Williams. Good morning, Destiny. Thank you for joining us from Edo State, Benin City. Good morning, Chisom Obidike. Welcome, everybody. We're happy to have you here today. I'm just going to be taking us through what LEC is about, especially for the first timers, right? Who might be wondering. I've been hearing Live Awake Conference. What is it about? We're just going to take you quickly on a journey down memory lane, why the Live Awake Conference was started in the first place and how we've evolved over time. So the Live Awake Conference is Africa's leading virtual coaching conference. Well, not always virtual, but then we're both on site and then virtual as well. So what we've tried to achieve over time with the Live Awake Conference is to draw male and female leaders together, draw visionaries together, draw emerging innovators in an inspirational convening for men and women who are ready to lead boldly. Like, you're going to leave here inspired, you're going to leave here, your mind is going to be blown, you're going to conceive new ideas, and you're also going to network, meet people, have fun, and just have a good time while doing that. So we started this just to draw men and women together who are ready to lead boldly in their industries, their spheres of influence, and what for their next level, right? So that's pretty much it. It's an energetic learning immersion that awakens your genius, right? It's going to awaken your genius. It's going to expand your vision. It's to connect you to new friends as well. I talked about networking. And then as you embrace the thinking that you need to impact the world. So this is going to be, it's not just one of those maybe coaching events where you're going to feel overwhelmed with all of this new information. No, it's going to be energetic. You're going to be super pumped. You're going to, like, your mind is going to be awakened. Your vision is going to be expanded. You're going to meet new people, connect with new people. Though it's a virtual event this year, I mean, from the breakout sessions we'll be having and the debate session that we'll be having in the course of the day, you get to meet and connect with new people as well. So the first edition of the Live Awake Conference was held in 2017. It was called Acceleration Campus. It was also an all-white event that was organized to ignite and catalyze women who are already on the path of purpose and who just want to just stay in motion on that path of destiny, right? So I don't know, I want to see in the chat, let me check the chat. If you were at this Acceleration Campus, can I see in the chat so I can celebrate you? I can call you an OG, we can just put up the fireworks and all that to say, you've been with us from the very, very, very beginning. Oh my God, of course, Alexandra is an OG. I know that already. That's so good. I can imagine. Yes, you're an elder. So from then on in 2017, it was held every year until 2020, when we officially renamed the conference to be the Live Awake Conference, right? So over the years, we've held Live Awake from 2020. 2020, we had two events actually. We had one in February, and then we had another in November. In February, we had we were celebrating the life of someone who is dear to us at Immerse Coaching Company, who transitioned and went to be with the Lord. So the theme was on the life of meaning, and we had it was in honor of Moradon Balogun, and then we had Olori Boye and Ezia Bolaji Ojo come and just speak. We also had a panel discussion with Elizabeth Ajetumobi and Shola Adeshake to just teach on finance as well. So that was it for February 2022, just to celebrate the life of Maradona and just talk about how we can leave an impact on the face of the earth, right? In November 2020, we held the Live Awake Conference, themed The Epic Shift. Who remembers this one? This was so good. We had Dr. Cindy Trim, we had Mashon Evans, Bisola Longi. It was so good. I can't see any comments in the chat, or am I missing it? Am I missing something? Okay. But then this was so good. I remember this event so vividly. Let me see. I think I see a comment in the chat. Yes. It was indeed epic. It was indeed an epic event. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. It was so epic. Like, all the sessions were mind blowing. We had John Obidi come on board as well. We had Femi Jacobs. It was just pulling like thought leaders and experts from different spheres of influence, you know. So it was such an inspiring event that just gave us the right move to step into that epic level, that next level of greatness as well. Then 2021, this one is dear to me because we launched this Future Forward Female edition of the Live Awake Conference in honor of our Future Forward Female Mastermind. Who remembers this? This was so good. So good. And pretty much we organized this event. Sorry, I'm just trying to, I had some things I had jotted down here. So if you see me looking down, it's also, I'm looking at my phone. I'm also keeping track of the comments on YouTube as well. Okay, so the Future Forward Female Edition was held in 2021, like I said, in honor of the Future Forward Female Mastermind. And it was just pretty much organized for women to learn, to lean in and make a leap into the next level living, leadership, and legacy. Like, after this event, I don't know, I was just ready for my next level as a woman. I'm like, I'm a future forward female. I'm ready to get into the next. I'm ready to lead in my industry as a woman. You know how we started talking about the future is female. Like that's when we started buzzing around with those phrases and all of that. I'm a future forward female, the future is female and all of that. So yes, we literally broke into a new level with our own vision. Exactly. Tony Shodipe says this edition propelled us into something that we haven't exactly, that's it. We haven't recovered from it. Like we're living in that reality. Like what started off as a vision was birthed through this Live Awake conference, and now we're living in the reality of it. Then from last year's event, we organized the Live Awake conference in honor of the International Women's Day celebration. This one was both virtual and in person. Who remembers this? Who was here? Who was here? Who was here? This was so good. If you could put it in one word, exactly, in one word, if you were there live or you joined in virtually, how would you describe last year's Live Awake conference? Let me be checking the chat. Okay, Dr. Newton said it was under level. It was, okay, I'm still waiting for your chat. It was inspiring, exactly. Someone says the interview session with Ma'am Alonge was wonderful. It was phenomenal. It was mediocre breaking. It was eye-opening, exactly. Like those are just the perfect words to describe it. Like you've said it all. So, of course, this year we have the event, and of course we'll be sharing more and letting you guys know what the order of events will be this year as well. But then from last year, we decided to celebrate the International Women's Day as well as the Live Awake conference. So we merged it in one, and it's been beautiful doing that for us as well. So these are just some of my favorite quotes. I just picked out some of them from previous years. I think 2020, 2021. So this is from our very own dedication. She said, "You were not sent to do what has never been done. You were sent to do what you must do in a way that has never been done." Apologies for the spelling error. "In the birthing process, you are going to feel like you are losing yourself." This is from Oloriboye. "Before you can find yourself." And then this is from Eziaha, Coach Eziaha. She said, "A life beyond overwhelm is not a problem you solve with finality. It's a tension that you continue to manage." And then this is from November 2020, yes. T.Y. Bello said, "Sin is never an end in itself. It's the beginning of a whole new world of possibilities where we engage with what has been revealed." Joyce Awoshika said, sometimes those nudges that you feel from your childhood are leading you to the vision that God has for you. Again, over to DDK, she said, "When you are clear on what you are transitioning out of, that is the first level of wisdom handed back to you." Ma'am Abisola Longe says, "Having no money is not a place for a future forward female." I love it. I love it. Then Dr. Naomi said, "The difference between who you are and who you want to be stems from your mindset." I love it. Rashika Henry said, "Don't become an emotional wreck by taking on what God didn't ask you to touch." When I read that one, I'm like, whoa. Don't confuse fame with greatness. Don't confuse fame with greatness. These are some of my favorite quotes from the event over the years. I couldn't pull all together, but I hope something just hit you and awakened in you while I read this. So these are just some sights and scenes. If you recognize yourself over here doing some nice dance moves, just say hello in the chat. So yes, this is from last year's event. I think this is from 2020. This is from Dr. Cindy Trim and Mashan Evans. And this is also 2020 as well. And yes, so we've come a long way, as you can see, we've come a long way. And for those of you who have been thinking and wondering, what is Live Awake? This is pretty much it in a nutshell, right? So you're in for a good time today. You're in for a good time. You're going to have that mindset shift. You're going to have like your inner, like your baby that is already kicking in your womb. You feel even that kick and that push to birth new things. I know it sounds really cringy in a way, but yes, you're going to have it already kicking and ready to be birthed, right? You're going to network, you're going to meet people. I mean, people have formed lifelong, meaningful relationships from the Live Away Conference. So you're going to have a good time. Just sit down, relax, grab a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, your juice, water, whatever it is. And I promise you that at the end of this event, you're going to be like, wow, this has been mind blowing. So thank you so much for coming, and we're looking forward to a wonderful time with you today. Thank you. Over to you, Coach Faye.
Thank you so much, NDB. That was a beautiful trip down memory lane, and it was lovely to see the quotes. It just reminded me of, some of the amazing times that we had during LAC. I remember the 2020 LAC, the second one, where Marshawn Evans was at, where Dr. Cindy Trim was at. It was just fire, and it was interesting because it was just such a big year for Immerse. So seeing all of those quotes and seeing all of those pictures just took me on a trip down memory lane. Thank you for sharing that. In case you did not hear what she said, please have your hearts ready, set for an expectation. We are going to have an even better time this time around than we've done in the years past. All right, on that note, as part of the International Women's Day activities for 2023, the Immerse Coaching Company as a team has embarked on a series of activities, including an impact project. We went to, I mean the team, represented by some of our lovely, lovely team members and support coaches, went to Straight Gate Academy, Lagos. Part of the activities was to sensitize the young children in the school about gender equality, the importance of gender equality, and really start to, get them to understand what this thing is and why it is important for them. We had great participation on both sides from the Immerse team as well as from the students at the Straight Gate Academy. So I'm going to play a video very quickly so that everyone can see how that went and what such a beautiful event it was. So give me a moment. Amazing. Thank you so much. I hope that came through very well. Thank you so much. I see the comments coming through, so I say we did. Thank you very much. All righty. We want to say a big thank you to Straight Gate High School and also to our lovely team members who were there to represent all of us, not just Immerse Coaching Company, but really the entire Immerse community. Someone mentioned in the comment, catching them young, and that's really what it was. Thank you to everybody who was a part of this, and thank you to everybody for helping us spread, the gospel of equity and equality to these young minds. Great. On that note, I want to take a few minutes to have everyone talk very quickly about their expectations for the Live Away Conference 2023. If you've been thinking about what exactly am I doing here? Why am I here for the next 3.5 hours? What are you thinking? What are you expecting to see? What's on your mind? What are you hoping you'll take away from this event today? I want to hear in the comment section. So if you could share very quickly, one word is fine, one sentence is fine. What are your expectations? What's your mind ready for? What have you been thinking about? Let me know in the comment section. I want to read from you, waiting to read from everybody, YouTube fam as well. All right, Modupe says she expects to be propelled. All right, anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Toyin Shodipe says she expects to be greatly inspired. And in case you haven't already done that, this is probably a great time to think about, what your expectations are. What are you looking to get from here today? Christiana says to be charged with knowledge. All righty. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. I'm just catching all of them as they're coming through. Temi, I lost that. Temi Tayo Sam Fagade says she expects a mindset shift. Oluwatimilai wants to be blown away. Okuchi Praise says she expects to be a woke woman. What does that mean, Praise? Tell me, what does that mean? Stephanie says she expects mind shift and an awakening of her vision. Favor expects a mind-shifting experience. Dr. Newton is here to learn the next thing she needs that she does not even know, or she did not even know she needed. Kochulishola Banjo is here for ideas and energy. I love it. I love how it's coming through. And if you were looking for it, if you were thinking about what it is you're doing, why you're here, what you expect to gain from here, just take a cue from what's coming through in the comment section. I see to receive insights and wisdom for impact, discover things I need to fully unravel my purpose. Dami says to awaken her next big thing. Alrighty, Amelia, okay. Amelia, welcome. Sefe, I hope I said that correctly, is here to be motivated, to be energized, and to be propelled. Zimasa, lovely names out here today, is here for it all. Candy Store experience for an epic 2023. I love that. Oluwatobi is here for insights on leveraging technology and innovation for the next. Stay tuned for our power-packed keynote and our power-packed panel sessions. You are going to love it. And is here to learn and be inspired. Praise says a woke woman is a woman who is enlightened in this generation. So no one is left to be behind in what's happening. Tombra, so lovely to see you. Is here to be fired up. Mutura is here. All the past editions have always left you with insights that you found useful in your visionary journey. You're here you're expecting ideas to propel you forward this season. I love that. Phenomenal Eloho says to be propelled into her next, to be inspired, energized. Chizoba says to be inspired into action. Alexandra here is here for energy, for insights, and for ideas. Please give me a moment to sort out a quick thing here. All right. Yeah, I really love the Candice experience, and such a lovely way to describe it. I love how she said that. Okay, NDB, I got it. All right. Comfort is waiting for the keynote. Always a propeller. Just give me a moment. You will have that in just a moment. I have one more video that I want to play for us before we jump right into our keynote speech this morning. So we are going to be hearing from the lovely, beautiful, inspiring, amazing Kiton DJ Kwame. So please give me a moment to share this video and please watch with expectation and with a just expecting to learn something from this beautiful girl. Alrighty.
So they say, let's just give it to her because she's a girl. Let's just consider her because there are no women on the board. Let's just give her a chance, just a trial. After all, they say, what a man can do, a woman can do better. Who knows? I will not give in to the pity parties and stereotypical lens which the world views girls and women. I will not give in to societal ideologies which still believe that women cannot do as much as men in some spaces. I deserve a place at the table. Not because I'm a female gender, but because I work hard to earn it. I deserve to lead both genders. Not because I'm given a chance to prove myself, but because I have the capacity and qualities to be a legacy leader and transform lives in Africa. A woman, God's own masterpiece, considered to be a weaker vessel, yet clothed with power and dignity. Honor is her crown and strength is her garment. She's not afraid to speak up for what she believes is right because of the audacity that's conferred on her. She's bold and is not afraid of what the future holds because she knows what her makeup is. Like the daughters of Zelophehad, she seeks right to all that belongs to her, and like Deborah, she's not afraid to lead the troops to the battlefield. I have gone beyond the conversation that we can be relegated to the backseat or be pitied because of our feeble frame. I believe we deserve not only half of it, but all that belongs to us. Don't just look at me and think I am only a fine face. Wait until you see what is on my inside. Don't just look at me and think I can only try a bit. Wait until you see what I'm capable of. As women, we deserve to be heard. Our opinions, ideas, and energy are vital inputs towards advancing our society. I, Iroluwa Kiton, I am phenomenal. I carry solutions that will impact generations. I carry ideas that will enhance the quality of living in our nation. It is not enough to push for equality. We want equity, to be treated right and fairly. Until we women are given all that belongs to us, the world may never experience all there is to experience. So I say, let's embrace equity. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. That was wonderful. Yes, 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 yes. I really, really, really love that. Wait to see what's on my inside. Don't just look at me and think I'm a kind face. That's just wonderful. I deserve a place at the table because I have the capacity. That was wonderful. And somebody was saying in the comment, the apple does not fall far from the tree. You had that. You just summarized that in the perfect way. Yes, thank you so much, Kiton. We appreciate you and we love you very, very, very much. Someone says KDK. I love it. I love it so much. All right, ladies. On that note, we are about to take this to the very, very next level. We are very, very honored and very privileged to have with us today our lead coach, our CEO, our visionary leader, our inspirational DDK. We are excited to hear from her this morning. We are excited to learn from her this morning. As you know, it's always such a wonderful, wonderful time learning from our phenomenal DDK. So before she comes up, I want to see all your excitements and fire emojis and drum rolls and celebrations in the comment section while she's getting ready to come up with come up to speak to us this morning. Somebody was talking about the keynote speech a moment ago. If you were waiting for that, this is the moment. But she's not going to come up if all your excitement is not exciting. Yeah, exactly. We just heard from KDK, as someone said, and now we're about to hear from DDK. So please give me a moment to figure out what's happening here in my computer. All right, I see the fire emojis and the celebrations coming through. Thank you so much for honoring our lead coach, our inspirational leader, our teacher, our coach, our pastor of teaching me so many things to so many different people. So our very own DDK. I'm trying to bring her up to the stage right now. Give me more. All right, perfect.
I see just, giving me all the additional preps to get me on board, but I'm here. I was just trying to, get something in readiness for my session, and I'm excited to be here, delighted to be here. Happy International Women's Celebrations Month to us. And thank you so much. Amazing, super amazing future forward female within our community doing great things. Thank you for just pushing, beyond the boundaries and intentionally pursuing the path of growth and transformation. This is a special day for us, especially because this year's Live Awake conference accomplishes a particular type of vision that we've carried in our hearts, and it's really connected to wanting to showcase our own women, learn from our own women, and really just put them in the front lines as a proof of what we're doing and how it's working. So 100% that is coming through. This year, we actually have a panel filled with speakers that have grown within our own community and who are taking the lead in their industries. So I 100% have this, extra degree of pleasure and excitement to see that we get an opportunity to make it homegrown with our own women. You're not focusing. I'm looking at the comment section and I'm just taking my eyes off it like, can you focus? Okay, I know it's a work day and we actually have a lot of our members at work looking forward to catch the replay, but I'm also excited about all the extraordinary people joining us on YouTube. Thank you so much, okay? I'm delighted to, bring the keynote this year. When I got the email from my team, I actually wrote back and I said, I accept the invitation to deliver the keynote, and I'm very delighted to do it. I have been on a number of platforms this year, speaking to women within organizations and, across different communities. And of course, I thought, hey, if I'm doing this for my team, let me come with energy. If I have given it to others, I would definitely love to do it much more for my own organization, as well as our amazing community members. So welcome to Live Awake Conference. We're keeping it short. And so I want to just ask that if you're able to make the most of the time that we're here, give it, attention and intention, and 100% take notes for how you move forward from here and go ahead to actually grow your application quotient by taking action with the insights coming through this year. I'll be sharing my screen right away, and we get a chance to just get into a short, really short, but valuable conversation that I believe would be of help in terms of how we are looking. I can see so many things on my screen, so let me get them out of the way. How we're looking at this year's theme and the sort of actions we will commit to going forward from here. Well done to the team as well. Thank you so much for, you're still not focusing. I don't know what I'm going to do about my women. But thank you for the kind feedback coming through about today. Let's see, I'm trying to pull it out for you. Excellent, I have it. And I am delighted to bring it up. Fantastic. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Let me know if you can see my screen. Excellent. Happy International Women's Celebrations. This year's theme is digital innovation and technology for gender equality. Innovation and technology for gender equality. And we are looking at this conversation around gender equality and equity because more than ever before, the requirements for women and their roles in leadership, in innovation and technology is at an all-time high. We finally have figured and determined that we can no longer just have half of the population given the opportunity to show forth their best. And that's brought us back into this space of saying that, you know, we're here for equality and we also want equity. And there's been just a lot of conversations so far in the course of the celebrations this month. But 100%, I believe that at LAC, started already from all that we've seen so far, onto all that we will still hear at the keynote, the panel sessions, the Q&A, the debate. I believe that you're going to leave with pragmatic tools that can help you really take your place as a leading woman, especially as far as innovation and technology are concerned. Here are a few quotes that can help us just take the conversation to the next level. Caroline Gold says, I believe that success through innovation is about the people. Innovation is about unlocking the creativity in people so that they can make anything better and find new ways of solving current situations. And she's the head of digital data at Reed Exhibitions in Brazil. And she's been reckoned as one of the leading women in technology, using technology to drive innovation. She says, true success really happens when innovation is powered through the people. And the moment we start to unlock creativity in people, they grow their capacity to make anything better. And that's how we start to find new ways of solving current situations. Katie Scranton says, I think it's vital for everyone to do the work to create an inclusive environment, not just women. Finding people who make space for innovative ideas from a wide range of people can make all the difference. Again, the insights coming through is we have to be deliberate about creating the space for innovative ideas. Yoga says, my inner desire is to be a role model for children and to inspire younger generations and women alike, fuel my energy to make a difference through my contributions. Jelena Servo, who is Chief Strategy Officer at RELC says, adding female voices to the table completely changes the dynamic of discussion. It's not only that women add a valuable and different perspective, the norms and interactions of the group itself change, leading to higher quality debates and consequently better decisions. Now, why am I sharing these quotes? Because number one, they're from women who are actively leading in the global technology and innovation space. Secondly, this particular quote from Jelena is one that we must embrace, because sometimes the way that we even position ourselves as female leaders, especially within the professional context, is almost like, well, I'm a woman, give me a chance. And I love how Keaton says it, that I'm not asking for a seat at the table because you're trying to fulfill a political quota. I'm actually saying that I'm up to the task and I bring a special flavor. I feel like we might even have to pursue a research-driven understanding of what a female leader brings into the conversation. And I know there's there are all these arguments about, don't even call us female leaders. We are just leaders who are women, right? And I'm not for or against it. But the point is, you have to be clear on what you bring that stands you out, right? And the moment we start to show up into conversations and groups and spaces with a clear understanding of what we bring, then our capacity to negotiate really changes. Renova says, women in the tech industry have to be bold and take chances to leap forward. A saying that has helped me attain success is don't stagnate, innovate. And she says this is actually the mantra that she lives by. Don't stagnate, innovate. And I'm 100% taking that mantra going forward. Don't stagnate, innovate. That is so good. Look at this one by Carrie, businesses need, and I loved it, you know, and I said, look, this is a learning point that I'm going to strengthen further within my organizations. Businesses need to work towards creating a culture where curiosity is a mindset and where positivity and positively challenging the way things are done is not just acceptable, but is encouraged. Now that is so good, that we have to be intentional about actually creating a culture within our families, within our ministries, within our businesses, within our teams, where curiosity is a mindset and the ability to positively challenge how we currently do what we do is not merely acceptable, because at best, many of us are just like, you can go ahead and challenge if you feel differently, and that's fine. But we're saying it's not merely what we find acceptable, but we challenge people and inspire and encourage them to actually do that to us, okay? I want to remind you of the Future Forward Female Blueprint, because it is an evidence-based original blueprint that I have created, showing the 5 protocols of greatness that any visionary woman who wants to step into extraordinary living, leadership, and legacy requires in her life. And, you know, I started to build this blueprint from 2020, when I had stepped into that year and called it the year of the Future Forward Female, and how we were going, and I started to speak about how we were going to witness a radical rise, a radical and rampant rise in an unprecedented dimension of women who will be propelled into the front lines of generational impact, transformation, industry expertise, and true change within our systems. And we started to see this unprecedented, never seen before dimensions of opportunities, open doors, and leadership for women. And I remember 2020, 2021 were years where I was significantly tagged every single day on social media. I was getting things in my DM, people saying, hey, DDK, this Future Forward Female thing is so real. And we started to work on that. By 2021, the blueprint was fully built, and I started to show women what I believe to be these 5 protocols of greatness, primarily born out of inspiration and then established credibly, because I interviewed several hundreds of women who were senior leaders and in the front lines within their industries, sort of seeking to understand what has made them into the kind of people they became. And the quote for me is not merely that the future is female. My addition to it is that she's a certain kind of female. So even though the future is female, she's a certain kind of female. Even though the future is female, she's a certain kind of female, right? So it's not enough to just be, a woman biologically and then believe that we are in the time when something just has to break for women. The opportunities have to open up for us. That's not the way to think about it. You have to ask yourself, who must I become to qualify for the extraordinary opportunities that have opened up for women? Who must I become to position myself as a worthy leader in my sphere of influence? Who must I become? What sort of habits must I insist on? What sort of mindsets and majestic paradigms must I embrace? What kind of normalized nonsense must I call myself out on? And what expertise and the mastery of genius do I require to actually be so good I will not be able to be ignored? How do I build myself up in a way that when platforms open up for me, no one is thinking that I merely got it because of who I know or because they're just trying to be politically correct and they need a certain quota or percentage to have that board completed, right? What kind of woman do we need to become to be able to make a difference in governance, in healthcare, in technology, in energy and environment, in, fashion, entertainment, media, corporate leadership, right? What is required and how do we really position ourselves to qualify for this God movement that is propelling women into the front lines? And that is what the Future Forward Female Blueprint is about. It's what our mastermind is built on. But beyond the mastermind, it is my quest and it is my passion to empower women to begin to embrace these protocols of greatness. And I'm just going to show you again what this blueprint looks like. Remember, at number 1, we've got self-governance. At number 2, we've got mastery of genius, visionary excellence, innovation prowess, and legacy leadership. So before we talk about equality and equity, we have to ask ourselves, am I negotiating myself out of significance because I am choosing safety? How have I grown in the course of the last 6 months? What didn't I have in my life and in my toolkit that I have now, just in the course of the last 3 months? Who have I become in the course of 2023 that qualifies me for doors I couldn't open in 2022? Except we're asking these kind of questions, it means that we are just paying lip service to equality and equity. So self-governance, and you remember that that is just really about growing your life with intention, paying keen attention to personal mastery, to fixing the mindsets you require, to organizing your daily life and insisting at being productive, recognizing who you are, understanding your purpose, gaining a PhD in yourself as a woman. And you know that that second protocol of the mastery of genius is really about becoming so good that you cannot be ignored, sharpening, your skill set, expanding your expertise, and, elevating craftsmanship beyond packaging. I know we're in the day and time of a lot of branding, and people likely have more tools to brand themselves to look like a certain person than the tools they need to actually be that person. But that's not the future forward female. At number 3 is visionary excellence. And really that speaks to the ability to envision a future possibility and then begin to work toward it. What do you see for the next 3 years, the next 5 years, and who are you going to be in your industry in another 10 years? Innovation prowess, which is what the United Nations has determined this year to say, look, it's where we want to focus, because without innovation and without the power of technology, we can't talk equality and we can't talk equity. We really cannot say women deserve a seat at the table if they don't deserve a seat at the table. We don't deserve a seat at the table because we have ovaries. We deserve a seat at the table if we can solve global issues and real problems ailing institutions. And I'm not saying go big, tomorrow. I'm saying even within your own organization, as a small business owner or as a career professional, what are you shifting? What status quo are you challenging? And what solution are you bringing that will be named after you? And they're going to be like, it's BC who showed us this. It's Oluwaseun who gave us this idea. It was Okuchi who gave us this particular insight. Aisha led us to this innovation. What is going to be named after you in your organization? The next time fingers are pointed, let it not be fingers being pointed at someone who was mediocre, who had an error-filled work, or who made us lose money. Let them point fingers at you because an innovation is named after you, right? And that's what innovation prowess is about. What are you shifting? What solutions are you creating? What norms are you questioning? What status quo are you breaking? And what new possibilities are you opening us up into or onto because you're thinking differently? Obviously, we know that technology sits at the heart of innovation prowess because it helps you do more in a shorter time. It helps you overcome, challenges and it helps you master your genius in a way that can create solutions at scale for more people. And then we talk about legacy leadership, and we're saying you don't have to be 60 years of age before you start to say, I want to give back. Going out there into Straight Gate School for our team is legacy leadership, a deliberate commitment to raise the next generation, and not only through mentoring, but actually establishing systems that allow others to be empowered without your physical presence. So the moment you start to really establish those systems, you are expanding your ability to raise a generation beyond yourself who will be indoctrinated in the values that you carry and who will then amplify that to others. And I challenge you to go on the path of this future forward female life, because that is who you truly are. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you at this keynote. And I trust that we are on to an extraordinary day. I look forward to all of the sessions. I look forward to your engagement as well. But more importantly, I look forward to who you are becoming, the solutions you're creating. And remember that when you have a mission, you actually don't need permission. Thank you so much. And I'm putting you back in the hands of our host today, Feyi Olabi.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Thank you so much, DDK. Please let DDK know in the comment section just how wonderful that was. Let's know what you learned, what was, what you were reminded about, what you did not know before that you were reminded about. Thank you so much. When you have a mission, you do not need permission. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Go on the path of the future forward female. Yes, indeed. I'm still waiting to see some of your highlights, your quotable quotes. All right, we must constantly improve and elevate how we show up. Yes, it was a great story, not to relent, but to push further. Yes, a lot of people saying when you have a mission, you do not need permission. Elevate craftsmanship beyond branding. Yes, indeed. All right. Still waiting to see some of it. Women don't deserve a seat at the table because we have ovaries, but because we can solve global issues. That stood out for me as well. Don't only have the tools for branding, also have the tools to deliver. Build yourself to be so good that you cannot be ignored. Be undeniably good. Be so good you can't be ignored. You are given a space on the table because of the global issues you solved. Who must I become to qualify for the opportunities that are opening up for women? This is my key takeaway. Even though the future is female, she's a certain kind of female. Yes, the future is for a certain kind of female. Don't stagnate, innovate. The future is female and she's a certain kind of female. Yes. Putting systems in place that keep our transformational work going without our physical presence. Yes, indeed. So even if you're not there, your work is still going on. Your legacy is still going strong. Years, hundreds of years, even after you're no longer there. Yes, indeed. Thank you for sharing that, Mutaya. Giving back, creating a system that elevates others without your physical presence. Yes, indeed. You come to the table because you have what it takes, not just because you are a woman. Always be remembered for your contribution that advances the organization that you are in. Build yourself to be so good that you cannot be ignored. There's a book by Cal Newport that has that exact title. Cal Newport is one of the authors that we read so much within the immerse community. So I imagine that's not strange or that's not new to anyone. You have to be clear on what you bring that stands out. Yes, Ayomide Ogunlade says that. I see myself to be a PhD level of myself. Yes. We can begin making that big difference in our smaller circles. Of course, you don't have to, be an immediate global leader. You can start from where you are and you gradually grow until you get to the pinnacle of where you're going to. Even in my absence, I can indoctrinate others to carry on with virtues by allowing systems work. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for sharing your highlights. See, people were listening. So proud of every one of you. Everyone's paying attention. Don't hide in safety, but grow and develop to embrace global opportunities. All right. Yes, of course. The quotes are wonderful. And like, in case you know someone who should be here that is still like, I'm not really sure what these people are doing here. This is the time to take your quotes, your highlight, your one statement from the keynote and put it everywhere. Put it on your WhatsApp status, put it on your Instagram, put it on your social media sites. Yes, I did. Put it on your social media sites and remind them that we are actually here. We are learning and we are growing. So please go share that publicly and let everyone see it. All right, at this moment, I want to give a couple people the opportunity to talk for a few minutes about what they understand by embracing equity. So the theme of the 2023 International Women's Day is Embrace Equity. We've seen pictures of people, doing the pose for this year's International Women's Day. But in your own words, as a future forward female leader, as a visionary leader, as a woman who is going to take the world by storm, I want to give a couple people the opportunity to talk to us in your own words, what exactly it is, what it means to embrace equity. You can talk about it from the perspective of, your career or business or industry or religion or whatever area, whatever sphere of influence you are in. I want to give a couple of people the opportunity to come up to us this morning, just for a couple minutes and talk about it. The reason why that's important is we want to be grounded in our understanding of what exactly does it even mean? Why are we doing this? Why are we spending time celebrating women? Why are we spending time talking about advancing equity, and advancing the cause of women across the world? You can talk about it from the perspective of innovation, from science, from technology, from business, from academia, whatever sphere of influence you belong to. So if you would like to share, please raise your hand if you're on Zoom in the comments. And if you're on YouTube, feel free to type it in on YouTube and I will read out what you've said. And if you also want to type on Zoom as well, please feel free to type and I'll read it out as well. But I would really, really, really like for a couple of people to actually come up and speak very quickly about what it means to them. What does it mean to embrace equity? Why is this important to you as an individual in your sphere of influence? Anybody? And it says, of course, we were. I know. I trust that everybody was listening intently. Anybody? While we're doing that, I will just continue to read out the comments in the chat. All right, I see a hand. Amazing. Comfort Michael, please go for it.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So I'd like to say that what it means to embrace equity, I'll start by saying that equity, first of all, means being impartial, being fair, fairness and impartiality in an organization, at home, society, in a nation, wherever we find ourselves. So getting an understanding of what equity is will now drive us towards what we should expect as women. So we live in a society where just because you're a woman, if you have a qualification and you are in a room, an office where, for instance, you're just the only woman there, but there are 9 men in the place, it's most likely that just because you're a woman, these men see you as not being one put in a position to lead them. So we have that gender, we have that going on in the offices, we have it going on in the home. So we have in, I think, Qatar or Dubai, for instance, where a woman cannot drive just because she's a woman, no matter um, how much she earns, or if she can afford it or not. So equity is just about fairness in our homes also, as it relates to marriage, our family life, our treating of our spouses, the way you're treating your wife, treating your husband, is it fair, to them? Is it because they are women, they have to go that far to do what they're supposed to do? And then when you come to the office, when you come to the nation, we have the House of Representatives, for instance, and the House of Senate. If a woman was meant to come out to say, I want to be a speaker, I want to be the Senate president, then what would be the, if she's qualified, will she even get it? Most likely she might not get it just because she's a woman, even if she knows that, even if we know that she's more capable than every other person here. So that's what I think it's equity, and it reflects in the school and everywhere that we find ourselves. That's that for me.
Thank you so much. I really like that. Equity means fairness and impartiality. And I like the fact that you also, brought it into the homes. It's not just a work thing. It also applies in the homes that we're in. Thank you so much for sharing that. Oluwafoyinsola Bamishi, please go for it.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'm going to speak about the concept of equity from the standpoint of children. I was really inspired by seeing KDK speak. I mean, it really thrilled me to see that a young girl, is already aware that, this is what she can be as a female. And I'm going to be speaking about equity for children. Like I said, being an educator for over 10 years, a lot of female children, that's a lot of girls, still are fascinated by the stereotypes of careers they can go into, which is no fault of theirs. The society sometimes presents certain careers for just women. It thrills me all the time when I see females going into carpentry, into upholstery, into being mechanics, into going to oil drills. So I think the onus is on schools, on mothers, because now we would be the mothers to actually open up the minds of their children into the so-called male-dominated field. Because we can complain all we want, okay, it's still a male-dominated field, but then if we're not grooming the young girls to actually look at these fields as attractive, if they have the strength for it, if they have what it takes to be it, if they have the mental prowess, if they have the energy for it and they have the interest for it, they should go for it. And they should start knowing this as children. They should know that, okay, it's not just females that could be a nurse. You could actually be a female and be a mechanic. You could be an engineer. You could be an architect, and they should go into these fields. They should take school owners and people with educational institutions should take females, should take girls to these places to see how it is done. Take them to where upholstery is being done. Take them to where an engineer is working on a car, and let them see a real life demo of these career paths. Not when they get to university and then you want to begin to sell it to them, and then you see them going back into the same fields we are clamoring for, that it is just meant for females. So that's my take, and I really look forward to seeing more young girls growing up and getting into fields that are so-called male-dominated, bringing the innovation that is required, bringing in everything. As we can see in the technology space, we see women in fintech. It's amazing to see. We see women as software developers. Someone thought about it and felt like, oh, I could do this, and they're doing it. So for children and we as mothers, we can always push forward for this. Thank you.
I really, really, really love that. Thank you so much for bringing it from that perspective. We don't have to wait for them to get to where they are in those scenarios before they start thinking about, do I have interest in these things? We can groom their interest from a very young age. I really appreciate you for sharing that. Thank you, Oluwafoyinsola. Tonsudipe says a good definition is equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. Wonderful. So the outcome is equality for everybody, but resources are allocated based on the specific individual circumstances. So we're not necessarily giving everybody 10. When some people need 10, some people need 5, some people need 3, some people need 2. Thank you so much for sharing that. All righty. See hands. People are on fire this morning. Thank you. I will take Favor, and then I will take a couple comments from YouTube. Favor, please go for it very quickly.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So in terms of embracing equity, what comes to mind is valuing diversity, actively working to address the systemic barriers in terms of groups, individuals, being able to access opportunities, like you said, and resources. But it also means recognizing and addressing the historical ongoing discrimination, bias, and privilege that actually exists in society. And so even when we look at that societal context, I'll think about recognizing people that actually have needs, challenges, strengths based on backgrounds, identities, experiences. It's like an all-inclusive approach that ensures that everyone has a fair chance to succeed and thrive, regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, has been said, religion, disability status, socioeconomic background. So it goes in the whole aspect of things. So it requires actively seeking out and listening to marginalized voices, for instance, dismantling all those systemic barriers that there can be, and ensuring that decision-making processes are inclusive and they're equitable. So it really just involves creating a culture of belonging and having respect and fairness where everyone can actually reach their full potential in a thriving society. Another thing that comes to mind for an example would be the Paris Agreement, and how you have something called the National Adaptation Plans that each country has. And it's trying to basically do a top-down approach where bottom up, where everyone can build their quota. The reason why previous agreements did not work beforehand was because they always just said the developed countries would do this, and they felt it was too burdensome. Because of equity, now they said with Paris Agreement, you can do what you can, and every 5 years you up your game. That's such a beautiful way to embrace that holistic approach of everyone coming together to do something. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a wonderful way to describe it. And I love the example of the Paris Agreement. It's not just a developed nations can solve all the problems in the world. It is everybody do what you can, play your own part in this inclusive global problem solving phenomenon. Thank you so much for sharing that, Favor. All right. From YouTube, Gina says, equity is important to me because it shows all human beings are equal and all consequences are equal to all. Damala says, embracing equity is giving equal access to opportunities to everyone, irrespective of gender, status, race, social status, etc., similar to what Favor was saying. Deborah says, my understanding of embracing equity means not settling for the societal biased mentality as regards the female gender restrictions in some major areas of life. We are females and we are not restricted. Equity is making adjustment to imbalances to achieve fairness and justice. Please let me know if you can hear me clearly. Sounds like my volume might be low. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Jesu Tola says to embrace equity means you are resourceful and you can deliver the results just like the male gender can. You should not be given the opportunity because same comment from earlier, just because you carry ovaries, but that you are also qualified. Thank you so much for sharing that. All right, Cindy, very quickly, please, and then we will go right into the next section of the event.
Okay, for me, equity is giving everyone what they need to be successful. It is not giving everyone the same thing. For example, in my office, we get 4 months maternity leave. That's a good night and nice move on policy. But however, I'm done with childbearing. I won't need it again. So equity is being fair, but being fair doesn't mean giving everyone the same thing. It is a capacity. Equity is a capacity to ensure fairness by focusing on empowering each person to function in such a way that they can maximize their potentials. So equality is giving everyone a shoe. Equity is giving everyone a shoe that fits.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, based on each person's individual circumstance. Thank you so much for sharing that, Cindy. Alrighty, I will take a couple last comments here. Toysha says, for example, in the workplace, equality says if you create a crèche for nursing mothers, then you are being partial to men because there's nothing created for them. But equity says nursing mothers have specific needs and special circumstances, and we all should be happy to create a crèche without men feeling in any type of way, and vice versa, depending on the specific need of males in the workplace. Thank you for that practical example and for sharing that so succinctly. Rivera says getting people involved within their capacities and giving opportunities for growth. I believe women bring fresh perspective to things, and we will have a more beautiful world when we get women involved in all areas of world development. Dami says, I really love how equity puts power in the hands of those who are empowered, because when we have been provided with the opportunity and the platform, it's yours to take. Nami, I really, really love that. You empower people first, and then they have the responsibility to take the empowerment that they've been given and run with it. Thank you, ladies, for sharing. Just as we shared that, it's just a general way of all of us thinking about, do we really truly understand what this thing that we are all working towards means? And in our day-to-day lives, in our work, in our homes, in our businesses, how are we pushing forward for equity? And, how are we empowering other people based on their individual circumstances? How are we being empowered as women, of course, based on our own individual circumstances in order to release our highest potential? Thank you, ladies, for sharing. And once again, a huge thank you to our lead coach for that powerful keynote. All right, on that note, we promised you power-packed fire session, panel sessions, and we are ready. I see my panelists in the house, so I'm going to very quickly read their bios, or we will start from, give me a moment. So the theme of our panel session is Women and Technology, Bridging the digital divide and Empowering Women Through Innovation. We have a wonderful cross-section of ladies who are professionals in the tech space, students of science and technology and engineering and math, educators, and just people who are leading in the science and technology space. And we are going to be having 2 panels with some of these leading ladies who will hear them tell us about their story. And we will also hear from them on what they think, equity is, how we foster innovation in science and technology, how we get more women and more girls and more ladies involved in advancing science, innovation in science and technology. So we're going to kick off from our first panel. I'm going to very quickly read their bios. And as I do that, I'll ask the panelists to please turn on their videos and so that I can bring them on stage, on the virtual stage right now. So the first panelist that I'm going to be introducing today is Dr. Seyi Ogebule. I really truly hope that I said that right, that I said your last name right. Okay. Dr. Seyi is a multifaceted visionary leader who is passionate about making room for African women in STEM education. One second, give me a moment. All right, I got that. In STEM education and careers. With over 15 years of experience in scientific R&D and the tech sector, Dr. Seyi has built a reputation for her creative approach to problem solving and thriving in the face of ambiguity. As a product manager in a Fortune 50 company, she's responsible for driving the creation of computer hardware for the edge IoT market, from visual retail to the healthcare sector. In prior roles, she has worked as a strategic product portfolio manager, data insights lead, and process engineer in manufacturing. In 2017, she co-founded the Jewel Foundation, a nonprofit that provides STEM education workshops to complement the secondary school curriculum in African countries. This work has reached over 1,000 high school girls in Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Kenya, and Nigeria. She holds a PhD in chemical engineering from Purdue University and a BSc in chemistry and mathematics from Alabama A&M University. In her free time, she enjoys experimental cooking, planning vacations, and traveling to new destinations. Dr. Seyi Ogebole, good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
We're so glad to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. All right, the second person I'll be calling up this morning is Wepia Miyila. Again, I hope I said your last name correctly. Wepia is, all right, I got you as well. Cool. Wepia is a mechanical engineer and is currently pursuing her master's in advanced engineering design at Brunel University in the UK, where she recently received an Independent Learner Award, showcasing excellent learning and academic performance. Alongside a career in engineering, Wepia is passionate about empowering young women who face issues of inadequacy and people-pleasing tendencies to know their worth. She runs a faith-based YouTube channel called Save a Soul Today, where she shares the message of Jesus with young people and teaches them to live a life governed by Jesus in this world. Wepia is aspiring to be a consultant and a project manager in the engineering industry and a life coach and mentor to young people. Welcome, Wepia. Wonderful to have you on the panel again.
Thank you.
All right, last but not least, for our first panel, I will welcome Yewande Oyeborh, who is also a phenomenal support coach in the Future for Real Mastermind. Yewande is a creator and a storyteller with I see you as well. Yewande is a creator and a storyteller with a focus on tech, travel, and wellness. She enjoys using technology to solve problems and storytelling to change perspectives. She works on projects that help to enable wealth and wellness in immigrants and projects that enable people to innovate and build by fully optimizing technology. Her work has been featured on multiple platforms like Medium, Bella Naija, Tech Cabal, Product Coalition, Product Dive, and Product Beats. She started a career with Microsoft, and she currently works with Just Eat Takeaway, building logistics products used by over 100,000 people. She was recently nominated as a top 100 trailblazer by the Alt Marketing School. She works on the logistics team of Just Eat Takeaway as a growth product owner, where she helps to build awareness, adoption, retention, and overall growth of the Courier app and Courier app portal. Welcome, Yewande. Wonderful to have you here this morning. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome, ladies. Look at all your beautiful faces this wonderful morning. It's so nice to see all of you. And I thank you for accepting our invitation to be on our panel this morning. Yes, women in tech, Texas 1, Texas 2, Texas 3. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. All right. So, Dr. Seyi, I'm going to start from you. My first question is a general question. We really just want to know. Yeah, it's true. All of them have like locks, right? We want to know, oh, that's brains. We want to know about your career journey, who you are, how you got to where you are in your career in tech and engineering, and just really how you got into it. We want to learn a little bit about you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. It's an honor for me to be here. I love talking about tech. It's what I do. It's what I read. It's part of my life. And I love to see more women in tech. So thank you very much, Immerse Coaching Company, for this opportunity to speak about my life story and actually to learn. I always look for opportunities to learn from others, and I'm pretty sure I will be able to do that today. So speaking about my career journey, I think from your introduction, you read that my background is in chemical engineering. So I grew up in a family that pushed and challenged me to just hang out in STEM. STEM is what I've done ever since I was a child. And I had this vision that I would become an oil and gas, petroleum engineer. So this was back in the day. And this was a vision of a 14-year-old girl. I got into the oil and gas field as far as study in my education. I went to school for chemical engineering all the way to the doctorate level. And while I was there, I had two paths to pursue. I could continue to become a petroleum engineer, eventually ending up in the oil and gas field, or I could go into academia. But things didn't work out the way I expected. And what I studied at the PhD level, my research focus was extremely different from what I had in mind. I was working specifically on materials research. And I learned that even at the doctorate level, research was very intertwined between different groups. So you could say you went to school for chemical engineering, but you could be studying something completely different because it was research, it was scientific research. There are problems that we needed to solve. And it didn't matter where you got the skills or the expertise from. So I landed up in the semiconductor manufacturing industry as a process engineer. So this is where I work in a fabrication lab trying to develop the chips that powers our computers today. So actually working in the lab, very clean room and making sure everything is stacked upon one another in order for us to produce that chip that helps to power all the devices that we have today. But as I worked there for about 3.5 years, I realized that I wanted to be part of the decision team that influences what gets made in those fabrication labs. I was tired of being told, this is what you need to do. And I wondered sometimes who made those decisions. And so I got into this field of study for decision engineering, and I realized that data was extremely important. So I used to become I became the data guru. So whenever they had a data issue, I would be the one to analyze the data and say, okay, this is the evidence that we need to make decisions. So I love that. I loved using data to drive decisions, which led me in a completely different field. So I talked about chemical engineering, now process engineer, and now this whole world of data science opened up to me. So when I switched over to a different space, or the IoT space, which is pretty much everything else that's not a computer device or a server device. So we're looking at devices, pretty much your phones, your smart home technology, everything else that is not with the general PC computer. So I got into that space. And when I met my manager at that time, I told her I wanted to be the go-to person for all your data needs in this group. And she was so impressed. Of course, I didn't have the entire qualification because I came with a strong chemical engineering background. And here I was trying to shift gears. But she was impressed by my passion and the fact that I felt so strongly that I could be the answer to the group's data needs. And that's how I got into this IoT field, started providing data resources to them, building tools from the ground up, hiring interns to be able to develop chatbots or data analytics tools. And then right now, what I work on is a GPU product. So GPUs are essential for the AI world, the AI transition that we're going to, trying to develop the actual hardware behind your ChatGPT and all the essential tools that you see nowadays. So that's been my career journey. It's not been a straightforward path. What has happened is that I've seen opportunities present itself to me along the way. I've also stopped to think about, okay, my 14-year-old dream, is it still relevant today? Can I continue to pursue it, or are there new opportunities for me to leverage? All in all, I see myself as a problem solver. And so whenever an opportunity presented itself with a problem, I loved to solve it. So it didn't matter if you called me a chemical engineer or a petroleum engineer. Do I have a problem and can I solve it? Absolutely, I would take up that opportunity. So it just gives you an idea of just really how my career has progressed along the way.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing that. It's not about the title. I'm a process engineer, I'm a chemical engineer, I'm a product manager, whatever. At the heart of it, I am a problem solver. Thank you so much for sharing that. All right, Bapia, very quickly, please. Same question.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Okay, so I started my journey to engineering because of my elder brothers and my dad. I come from a family of 5, and because my elder brothers were always in the sciences, they always had these jokes about electrons and atoms. And whenever they watched the Big Bang Theory, they would have something to laugh about. And I don't understand what's going on because I was way younger than them. So I wanted to be among, literally, I want to be part of it. So going to high school, I decided to do science, and my parents weren't really particular about what I wanted to do. My dad was more like, okay, because you are quite eloquent, you can just go into arts, do law, and just move ahead in life. But I was just like, let me just do science so that I can relate to what you guys are doing. So I went through science, I was doing very well. Then just when I was going to enter uni, I didn't even know what to do. And I spoke to one of my teachers who read actuarial science. but he was teaching because he said that he wanted to like pull young people into Christ and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, then I also want to do actuarial science because I really didn't know what to do. And he was like, if I wanted to read actuarial science, then I should start with doing math for undergrad. And after math, I can go ahead and be an actuary because I shouldn't start, like, because he had been in it, he just had a shortcut for me. So I spoke to my parents about it. I wanted to read math, and my dad was like, so in Ghana, we go to uni for 4 years. So my dad was more like, 4 years is quite a long time to change your mind. What if you don't want to be an actuary? What are you going to just do with narrowing to math? Because do you have passion to go into academia, that kind of thing? And I'm like, no, because I can only learn what I'm not even sure if I could teach. So let me just do something else. And the suggestion was like, do something that had a lot of math in it, that was a broad background. And when you get into it, you can easily branch. And so I was like, let me do mechanical engineering. To be fair, it sounded so nice. I didn't even think that it was going to be as hard as it was. It sounded extremely nice to just, oh, I'm a mechanical engineer. And so that's how I got into it. And just when I finished, it wasn't an easy journey at all. I'm sure I'm going to like talk about what I went through as I was doing my undergrad. But just as I finished my degree and I started working, we had a chance to do an overhaul on a machine. I was working in a mining company and we worked on drill rigs. And we had the chance to do an overhaul. And there was a part that wasn't designed as part of the machine. And so it made it very hard to take out a certain part with a spanner. And so that was when the idea came that let me do design engineering, because I don't know how these people thought about it this way to do what they did. And design engineering is literally a branch of mechanical engineering. But in this case, you are more of calculating like forces and things to add so that you don't harm people. So it's more of human factors. And so, for instance, if I want to design a bridge, for instance, London Bridge, assuming it wasn't there, the first thing I would have to do is calculate the stresses, the weights, and everything that's involved before I go ahead, and then the materials needed. So it's quite involving so that you don't harm people. Because if you choose a material that, assuming a weight of like 10,000 kilonewtons or something, or newtons is going on it, if you choose a material that cannot bear that weight, then you are going to harm a lot of people. People are going to die, literally. So it's more like medicine. You are literally having people's lives in your hands. So I chose that because I realized that there was a fault with that machine and we couldn't even work. We had to now figure out ways and take out a lot of parts. And I'm like, this is where I want to go. I want to be part of the manufacturing. I want to do what other people are doing. Let me also design it. Let me calculate to keep people safe. And that's how I went ahead to do my master's in advanced engineering design. And I'm still doing it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. Ladies, if you're listening very intently to what they're saying, exactly, Dr. Newton, both of them decided that they didn't want to be the people that just took, orders or delivered what people said they wanted to do, but they wanted to be the decision makers. They wanted to be the ones that were designing the decisions that were made. And two of them got to it through curiosity. So just in case you're not listening carefully to what they're saying, they're saying the exact same thing. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yoni, very quickly, let's hear your story.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, evening. And thanks for the opportunity. I'm very excited about everything Immerse. Thanks for having me here. Okay, so very quickly about my own tech journey. My journey started because I didn't know what to do. It's my life. So I will try to summarize as much as possible. So while I was in secondary school, I wanted to be a doctor, and it was doctor or doctor, nothing else. And eventually I got admission to study medicine. And I was talking to some of the students that before we started, while during the admission process, I was talking to them about, so how long is I didn't even know about the program. I just wanted to become a doctor and that's it. Nothing else. And then someone said, doing medicine, it's a 7-year program, and then you still do your housemanship, you still do. I was like, 7 what? Is this with strike or without strike? Like, by the time I calculated everything, I was like, yeah, this is not for me. So yeah, I decided to then apply to another school. because I just knew that, I didn't think my personality would have gone through the process or like how I want. I thought it would just be, you want to be a doctor and you'll be a doctor. And then I applied to another school, and because I had not researched anything else, I didn't know what to do. But computer science was the only thing I could pick because I was already exposed to computers right from when I was younger. So I used to game with my brothers and also with some of my friends. I was already doing data entry, so like holiday jobs. I always used to kind of like do side jobs when in my term holidays from school. So I knew Mavis Beacon, I could type really fast, I could do a lot of these things. And I'm like, okay, let me just do computer science for 1 year and then decide what to do later on. And then 1 year became 4 years, I graduated. I still didn't know if I wanted to become a computer scientist because I hadn't seen people working. What do computer scientists do, right? Luckily, I had my industrial training, and I didn't hustle to work in like the big organization like everybody. I wanted to get hands-on experience. Well, my parents also wanted me to do that. So I worked for free for my industrial training, and I worked with a system administrator. I was repairing computers. I was going to Computer Village almost like every week, repairing phones, very hands-on. I was in data server rooms, and I was really good at it, but I was always the only woman in the room. And you're talking about moist rooms where they're only men, you're changing wires, servers. It was not the place I wanted to spend my career in. So that was the impression I had as what computer scientists do. And then after school, I was like, I still don't know what to do. And I decided to switch to finance. I actually started ACCA, and I was like, I know what accountants do. This is their role in organizations. And then I was doing that. But then what made me stay in the tech industry was during my NYSC, I was posted to a school where I had to teach. And since I studied computer science, they made me teach computer to the students. And I was teaching SS1 to SS3 students who had never seen a computer in their lives. And this was in the city. There were business centers around them, but they didn't think it was useful to them. I would show a mouse and someone says, this was the first time they were seeing a mouse. And I was like, are you serious? I saw that there was a huge gap in there. So I would try to teach as much as I would do. Also, my NYSC year was a year of very good self-exploration. I was doing everything. I was in fashion school. I was taking courses. I was selling computers. I was coding since I could do it, trying different things. I think I've learned about myself that I'm very application-based. Show me, don't tell me, right? So because I was trying a lot of things, I found out that, okay, there's a gap in this industry. That's number one. People don't we have Nigerian young people going to university. They're going to write JAMB, but they don't know how to use a computer, and JAMB was CBT then, right? I saw there was a gap. I saw I was good at it, right? And then I was able to then practice, apply, do different things. And I found out, okay, this is something I actually want to do. And then that was actually how I picked my career. And then I started as an intern at a multinational, and then I grew my career from there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing. For the three of you, something that continues to come through is curiosity and following your curiosity, not being afraid to, pivot, try things, get your hands dirty, and actually be in the weed of things to discover the path that you really want to go. Thank you so much, ladies, for sharing. All right. I'm going to ask about, not being afraid to pivot. I'm going to ask about the future of innovation and technology. So Dr. Shea, I'll start from you again. How do you view the future of innovation and of technology? What technologies are you keeping an eye on that will greatly impact the world in the next 10 to 20 years? And how can we as future forward female leaders, position ourselves to be valuable contributors to this change? So what technologies are you keeping an eye on? And what practical steps can we take as future forward female leaders to be a part of this advancement in technology?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. So I think most people may say, oh, of course, you're going to mention that. I have to say artificial intelligence. And I think we don't understand the full potential of artificial intelligence. I think we're just beginning to see it. We've talked about, I mentioned ChatGPT, and if you have not heard of it yet, just look it up a little bit. I think we're only just scratching the surface of what artificial intelligence can do, right? There's a class of artificial intelligence called generative AI, where you create new content from something that the machine has studied before, right? So with ChatGPT, for example, you give it a question and everybody speaks a different way, and you type your question in there, and then of course it will come up with an answer that has never been created before. So there's a lot of future in there, a bright future in artificial intelligence. I think we will use it to solve some of the world's most pressing problems. So for example, in the biotech industry, with drug discovery, there will be a lot of breakthroughs as a result of artificial intelligence. At the same time, besides the software that's being developed, there's also the hardware. And on the hardware side, so I can't resist a pitch for the hardware. You need to be able to power all those the computations that are being done on artificial intelligence. Now, how can the future forward female prepare herself? When people say AI, sometimes we always think, robots or robotics, or maybe now we have an image of ChatGPT, but it's more than that. And my push is not that everybody should get into artificial intelligence and study as a school. Of course, if you have the opportunity and you're curious, by all means, the courses online to explain and break things down. But I don't want women to get left behind thinking, this is too big for me, or I didn't go to school for this. I'm not a STEM person. Because it's part of our lives, right? I don't know how many of you were taught how to use a cell phone. I don't know that. I never went to a school to get, this is how to use a cell phone, this is how to text. It just developed and progressed over time. So I think that's what we'll see. As we see more penetration of AI in now everything that we do, we should embrace it. I think something that will come up, you will see, is how to ask these bots, for example, questions, right? I've began to see some people talk about prompts, how to write prompts properly for the machine to understand. So whatever you see, whenever you get the opportunity, by all means embrace it. So there's the education. If you have that network, you may not have to be an expert in that field, but network, know people, know what's happening in that space, be up to date on what's relevant. I feel sometimes we can devolve back to old ways of doing things when there are easier and better and more effective ways of solving problems. So you always want to know what's around. You want to educate yourself. You want to network, and you want to embrace any opportunity to leverage some of those technologies to help solve some of the problems that you're working on today.
Thank you. Get educated, network your way into expertise, essentially. Don't count yourself out and say, this science, I don't really know what you're talking about. Find people who know it. Somebody was reaching out on one of the WhatsApp groups I was yesterday, and the person quite literally said, look, I don't know what all these things you are talking about is. I just need somebody who knows this thing to talk to me about it. And the person just reached out and said, this is open invitation. Thank you so much for sharing that, Dr. Shea. You want to do very quickly, please? Same question.
Okay, I would add to what Dr. Shea has said. I actually think AI is now, like AI blockchain is the world we're living in now. And if you haven't gotten with it, you're still a bit in the past. I think for me, what I usually say is, I think human beings will still be in the center of innovation. I think technology is a tool. Technology is for human beings. I've heard a lot of people talk about, because of AI, they're scared of robots taking their jobs. And that's not entirely true. I think we would have AI grow bigger than it is right now. We would have robotics, but I think it opens us up to newer jobs and newer opportunities. Now we can become more creative, we can become more innovative, right? So I think for me, I would say the future of innovation is human beings, human application of technology. That's number one. Some things I'm keeping my eye on for the next 10 years. I'm very interested in space travel. And people look at it as, okay, this seems very far away, but I think there are a lot of human applications of space travel, right? There are a lot of minerals that can be gotten from other planets that could be used as other energy sources, that could be used in the healthcare industry, right? It's not just traveling to space just because you have money. I think there are a lot of real life applications of space travel. That's number one. I think another thing I'm very interested in is in the health tech and then pharmaceuticals. We've had COVID kind of like give us a precedent, and we still see that there's a lot of pollution, there's global warming still happening and is even increasing in the world right now. We would come to a point where we would need technology to really supplement the gaps we have in this area, and especially in human health. So I think that's one thing, that's another place to look at. And then I work in logistics, and I see a lot of innovation in logistics. There's drones, for example, right? Delivering things. There is also like robot soldiers, for example, with like war going on. So I think challenges really present an opportunity for us to apply technology, and looking at the challenges today, right? We can then look at what we can innovate around it to look at what is going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. And now, how can we as future forward females really contribute to it? I like to break it into two things. So you can be an innovator or creating the innovation, or you can be the person applying the innovation to other innovations in your own field. I think anyone you're doing is still innovation, and you don't discount yourself out because you're not the one that invented radio waves, for example, right? So if you want to be an innovator, right, some of the things I would say you need to do, you really need to be around where innovators are, right? You want to work in AI, you need to be around people that work in AI, right? That's number one. You need to get the education for it. So it's very important that you're a master at what you do, and then you know what you do and you know what to do, how to do it properly. And then I also say prayer, because that's really the source of our where we get the biggest ideas from as Christians, as future forward women. And then that's for if you want to be an innovator, which is valid. Then if you want to apply the innovation into what it is you're doing right now, your business or your interest, I would say what you need to do is be agile. You need to learn how to fail, and you need to learn how to do things very quickly and change as you go. You have to be flexible. You can't make a plan today and wait until the end of the year, because by the end of the year, the innovation has changed. So you need to be agile and ready to change, right? Then you also, just as Dr. Shea has said, you need to keep up with the news. You need to try things. People hear about technology, blockchain, AI. Trust me, when you try ChatGPT, it's the easiest thing to do. But people hear about it and they don't even try it. You need to try things. And whichever bucket you fall into, you're in the STEM space, you're innovating, you're applying innovation, both of them are quite valid as an innovator, as a future forward female.
That's so profound. Thank you so much for sharing, Yewande. You can either be the one creating the innovative technologies, or you can be the one applying the innovative technologies. Both are 100% valid, and there's a way to get there. Educate yourself into it, learn your way into it, talk to people, connect with people who are using, and actually try your hands. That's kind of the same thing you ladies have been saying. Try your hands, use things. They're very, very, very easy to use. I remember when blockchain was a whole thing in 2020, 2021. It took me a while because I was like, I don't even know what this thing is. It took me a while, but it took like one day of reading a 20-something page book to actually start to make sense of what it was. And then it just did not seem so daunting anymore. So try your hands on things and never, ever be afraid of failure. Thank you so much for sharing, Yewande. Yeah, I have a different question for you. As somebody who wanted to be like her brothers in the world of technology, how can we encourage more girls and women, especially those of African descent, to be creators and to build careers in STEM?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. To be very honest, there's this thing that DDK says always. I like it all the time, but I'm not able to quote it exactly how she says it. But she normally says that we normally fall to our systems and we don't rise to, she has that thing she says, but we normally fall to our systems. And I feel like the first thing that we can do to encourage young girls is creating systems for them. First of all, in the home, what do we tell children? Are we part of the group that say that, okay, a girl is not supposed to do this, a girl is supposed to do that? For me, personally, my dad never treated me like a girl, and I'm the only girl. He never treated me like a girl. Everyone is doing, also do, literally. And so it's the system that you create around them. And what are educators doing as well? Are educators also creating that system? And the thing is, sometimes we focus so much on the young girls. I know this question is focused on girls, but are we also telling the boys to teach, to respect that space? Because you can actually create a system where the girls are being propelled and stuff like that. But then the boys would say something that will still push them down. And so it goes both ways. In as much as we are creating systems for the young girls to go, what are our educators saying? And I believe that education is like one thing that we should take so seriously. We have a system in Africa where we feel like intelligence is only when you can do math. And in as much as we're talking about technology, which involves math and science and stuff like that, what other systems are we creating to bring out the other kind of intelligence that these young girls have? Because it will shock you that we can say that, okay, it's just math that is going to get us into technology, but there will be we don't know how far the world is going. And there'll be a point where music can go into that part as well. You can never know. And so I believe the systems. Another thing I would also want to highlight is that young girls should be like, they should have an open mind. In encouraging them, I believe that we should teach them to have an open mind. Open-mindedness is everything. The Bible says that you'll be transformed by the renewal of your mind. And so, in as much as we are creating systems, the mindset, I would always say this, the mindset, because we already have a bias in the system already. There's always this thing that girls cannot do this. I remember when I was working at Epiroc, one of my managers told me that I saw food and nutrition and I chose engineering. And so he was bent on making me suffer. Literally, like things that people couldn't carry, he would tell us to carry. And it was just 2 girls, 2 mechanical engineers, and there were 23 men. It was just 2 of us. And so I believe that it is always the people around us. And it was so scary sometimes. I remember I'd go to work and I'll be crying. Like, I'm just like, I'm not doing it again. Because how can just 2 girls, and then they were just giving us all that pressure to work. And so it's your mindset. Another thing that I would say is that always believe in yourself. Believe that you can do it. There's always something in you that no one can replicate ever. And if you don't do what you are supposed to do, there'll always be that gap and no one can fill it. So always believe in yourself.
Thank you so much. I really like the part about mindset. Just go in it with the mind that you can do this. Don't discount yourself. Don't use these societal norms or societal, defaults to discount yourself from the ability to do something. And that story is very weird. It made you carry heavy things because anyway. Thank you so much for sharing that with here. All right, question 4, I think for everyone. What is the role of a support system? So mentors, coaches, sponsors, even parents in the evolution and growth of women in technology and innovation. I will start from you again, Wipia.
The question again.
What is the role of a support system? Mentors, coaches, sponsors, even parents in the evolution and growth of women in technology and innovation.
Okay, so support system is something that we can't do without, to be very honest. There's always, no matter how you think that you believe, I know that I said believe in yourself, but no matter how you think that you believe in yourself, sometimes you would always need someone to tell you that you can do it. And I believe that this is something that every young girl or everyone should have. And so first of all, I think that in that way, we should position ourselves into a particular network of like-minded people, network where we have people that will push us. And I'd want to advocate that if you're on this call and you're not part of Immerse Inner Circle, you're really doing yourself. You are legit. I don't know what language to describe what Immerse has done for me. I have met the most brilliant sisters ever. I call them blood sisters, to be fair. And I haven't even been here for more than 2 years. So if I would just use this to advocate, like, just go and join the waiting list. Because some of us are not stopping. And I don't think we are going to stop now. So join the waiting list. Immerse has been like a very good opportunity. So first of all, take advantage of your network opportunities. Make sure that you have influential people around you, people that are like-minded. And even sometimes they may not even be in the same career that you are in, but the fact that they have certain qualities that you would want to be like. And we always use DDK for an example, that DDK is not an engineer. I'm not sure she's going to branch into engineering anytime, but she has that character, that resilience, that diligence, that mindset that would work at any point. You don't need what's it called? I mean, you need character to be an engineer, and that's something she teaches. You need diligence, and that's something she teaches. Another thing is accountability in the networking. And the thing is, to me, I believe that there's a limit to what accountability can do, because you can lie. You can literally lie. So in the lab, you've not read, but you can just crack your mind and just type things. Have self-respect. Respect yourself enough. Like, I can pause here. I'm very passionate about respect. Have respect for yourself. Value yourself enough that I'm going to do this thing and I will do it well. Be diligent at it. And I'm going to give you a definition of diligence that I coined for myself on Monday. Diligence is if they've given you a set of clothes to fold, I am going to fold it to the best that I can, regardless. I will iron it if it is crumpled. I will, do you understand? I will arrange it. That is it. Because if you are looking for someone to come and chase you, Coach Faye is living her life. She's doing her thing. She's your coach, but she's living her life. And I get that in the mastermind. My coaches text me a lot. Go like, if there's anything I can do to help you, which is nice. You do all. You text them, they'll give you advice. Will you do it? Like, are you going to do it? The thing is, look, forget everything. It is in doing. It is not about getting up to talk and say, oh, no, because I think we have a lot of loud people. We are very loud. And then when we go and look, it's just a thing of surface. When I started my undergrad, I started with a CWA of 57, which is a pass. At a point, I believed that God wanted me to fail. So my mindset was, you know what, I'm just going to have a calling of God. I'm just going to branch into ministry, because I think that place, you don't really need hard work. You just read the Bible and say, God said, God said. That was my mindset. And then someone came to me and said that's no way. It's not for you. That is not your field. You are going to do it, and you do it. I didn't graduate with a grade that I got, but I told myself that this master's, I'm not leaving it. At a point, when I started, I didn't do a lot of programming and stuff that my contemporaries here did for their undergrad. So I was lacking behind, but I still got an award that those that I came to meet didn't get, because there's a point where you have to put your hands. It's like when you put your hands to the plow, you don't look back. You don't. You do it with your heart. Put your heart inside. Like, we are, oh no. If I continue, I don't think I can finish. Let me just end here. Put your heart inside, honestly.
Thank you so much. With the comment section is popping off because, wow, thank you so much. Dr. Shay, some question for you. The role of support systems in technology and innovation. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Well, to add on to what Wepia said, I want to talk about the role of sponsors specifically, because that's something that is new. I know we spend a lot of time when we talk about mentors and other people, and those are amazing. But I've learned in the corporate world that you need sponsors. And it's not just in the corporate world. I think it's a lot of places. You need someone that will be in rooms where you cannot be and will speak about your work very highly. It goes to the self-respect that Wepia was talking about. You have to be known as someone who says and does. It's important that your words and your actions go well together. So I've had a few of those examples. I remember when I was an undergrad, there was a postdoctoral student that I worked with who was working on his postdoc after he has done his PhD. And I helped him a lot in the lab. And he rewarded me by making me second author on a research paper. Now, he didn't have to do that. There are lots of undergrads that help graduate students all the time. But that mere action of adding me there opened doors for me that, eventually led to me going to graduate school and where I am today. Or there are people in the corporate world today where I have this particular sponsor would tell me, first of all, I didn't know how to navigate the corporate world. At a certain point, you have to speak for yourself. So he had told me, Shay, go and ask for a promotion. I said, what? Promotion? I can't do that. I work very hard. Everybody knows my work. And, I'm in the US, so the US system is a little bit different. And the African in me didn't, what would they say? Am I being too proud or too arrogant? I didn't know how to ask, and I thought it was inappropriate. But this sponsor of mine told me, you have to make it extremely clear, and I will back you up. So I have no idea what has happened, but my work would speak for itself. But it was very challenging to be seen. You know, I would be in meetings where somebody will say something, and I will say something, and somebody else will say it, and they will clap for the other person. I was like, I said this thing first. So there are people that I know that are stepping into those meetings now that make room. They make sure I feel included. They will speak for me at the meeting. They'll say, wait a minute, Sheyi has said this thing first. Let's make sure she gets credit for it, or let's build upon what she has said. And there are people that go into rooms and speak about my work consciously. So that's extremely important. I've seen people do it for me. I also do it for other people. Whenever I have a junior person that comes into the group or the team, I make sure that I speak up for their work. And again, it's not just speaking up because they're a woman. No, these are people that are doing great work. But sometimes the systems are designed in a way that only certain voices get heard, right? I work from home now ever since the pandemic, and I realized that one thing that we can do is, for example, we can speak up a little more. So, for example, when I was in a meeting and I see everybody's faces in person, I wasn't able to speak up all the time. But now, you know, somebody has given me tips. For example, we're in a meeting, everybody has a camera off, and if loud voices are, you know, going after each other, I can turn on my camera. I'll be the only one. Everybody will just stop. So the people that have given me tips like that, you know, it's not something that you will study in school. Technology is evolving. Now we're having conferences over Zoom. So there are people that know these secrets, that are able to share them and make sure I'm positioned in a place where if an opportunity opens itself, I am the right person qualified for the job, and they'll open up that door. So sponsors are extremely important. Parents and family, those voices that can get very loud, and sometimes it's very hard to turn a deaf ear. My the nonprofit I work with, the Jewel Foundation, we always hear about stories where girls would say mechanical engineering is actually an example where we've heard girls say that mechanical engineering is not for girls. And the first time I heard that, I was shocked. Like, it's 2022 or 20, and yet people are still saying these things. Yes, this narrative still exists, that the particular subjects for girls and the particular subject that guys can do. Of course, guys can do everything else, but women can only do particular subjects. So we're always trying to combat that, you know, bias and that narrative, and tell them that this is not true. The world is changing. There's technology. You know, it's unfortunate that person made you carry and do some heavy labor, which never happened, but it is not true. And so where I'm always finding people to show as an example, and to help people understand that some of these challenges that women are facing are just false narratives being propagated by society. So as sponsors, helping to fight biases and the false narratives that women share, those are extremely important. And of course, parents and aunties and uncles, and even us, right? Even us can be part of those narratives because we've heard those ourselves. So let's be very careful what we are. Whenever a girl comes up to you and tells you that, oh, they want to do something, let's encourage them. Now, it may not have worked in your time, in your own generation, but I'm telling you, there's technology now that makes things easier and acts as a tool, as been said before, that can make lives change. So let's not go by what we were told when we were young, but let's be present, and let's see that there's opportunity that can be opened up to the next generation.
Amazing. Thank you, Dr. Sheyi. Get sponsors, whether you work in a multinational, whether you work in a startup environment, even if you're a business owner, get a sponsor, get somebody that can speak about you in rooms where you are not in. And as parents, as aunties, as uncles, as people who have younger people coming behind us, let's learn to use the right language. Let's encourage their curiosity. Let's encourage, the curiosity of the people coming behind us. We cannot continue to perpetuate the same stereotypes, the same, societal mechanical engineering is not for girls. Actually, maybe you should bring Web here, men next to hear that, and be like, look at a real life example of a mechanical engineer. So let's use the right language. Let's encourage the curiosity of our children, of our nieces, our nephews, everyone that's coming behind us. Thank you so much for sharing that. Ladies, you have an opportunity to ask our panelists questions. So if you have any questions, please feel free to pop them in the chat. It's a question that came earlier, and now I'm struggling to find it. Alexandra, would you mind resharing that question? Oh, found it, actually. The question says, how do we develop a curiosity mindset? Because most Africans had that curiosity programmed out of them before they were 10. I see everybody nodding, so I'm just going to open it up to anybody who wants to answer that. So any of you can take that one.
Okay, I think I can start. I think that's a good question, right? And it also relates to the last question about mentorship and sponsors, all of that. So I think it's a good question because I can also relate. I used to be very timid and, try to figure things out by yourself. And it beats me. That didn't work very well for me, right? Because when you're not, how will I put it? Like, I think curiosity and asking questions go hand in hand. And I didn't used to ask questions. I used to kind of feel like to be seen as you're good at something, then you have to be the only one doing it, until I found that wasn't working for me. Well, I'll just share 2 stories of how that worked for me. So before I kind of left Nigeria, one of the reasons I left Nigeria was because I got a job offer. And before then, I had never seen anybody. I thought you have to go to school and then get a job after you get to school before you can travel out of Nigeria, if that's what you want to do. And that was the only path I knew about. But then I saw a friend of mine, and I saw that this person I think he was working remotely. And I said, okay, you know what, let me ask you. It was a step of faith, right? And I said, okay, how did you do it? How did you get this job? And I took the person out, said, what do you do? How did you get your job? How did this happen? And the information I got from my friend that day literally changed the course of my life, right? I was able to get a job offer. I found the right resources. I knew exactly how to interview, what to do. I think this, just from having that success story, kind of emphasizes the importance of speaking up and asking questions. Everybody on earth knows something that you don't know. Everybody can be a support system for you, right? So that's one thing. Another story I was also going to take was about someone I knew also here, where I live, was about to be deported, right? Because they didn't have some information. And basically they went to a salon and were talking about, we're traveling back home, or something has happened to our visa. They were just talking casually. And the person said, oh, what happened to your visa? Just write a letter to this person, to this email address. And based on that, the person and their family, they got to stay in the country for longer. And this is one of the reasons why I did join to set up my the NGO I run with some of my friends here in Berlin, because Nigerians ourselves were so used to this independent thinking, do things by yourself, and it doesn't help us. It doesn't grow a society, it doesn't grow a community. And just from those 2 stories and multiple stories I've heard of people, just by speaking up or asking questions to random people, people in the salons, hairdressers, people that work in professional environments, they've gotten the course of their life changed because they did ask questions. So looking at those success stories, I try to encourage people to say, you see, no question is stupid. What is stupid is you not asking the question. Speak out, ask questions. We have been programmed not to, but by the time you see that it's more of a disadvantage not to ask questions than to ask questions, you then find that sometimes your village people are you are your village people. Nobody's trying to use your questions to do you, right? So you do need to ask questions. I think for me, it's mostly so going back to the question, to really get out of that mindset of not asking questions and not being curious, is to look at the success stories of those that have been curious, see how they have innovated, see how other people have helped them because they chose to go a different way. And then you compare what works for you. Does it work for you not to be curious, or does it work for you to be curious? And you choose.
Thank you so much. You said you are your village people.
Yeah, I'd want to add a bit to what Yewande said. And when she talked about village people, and I'd want to talk to the sector of us that are religious, in quotes. We've had that mentality that when you share, evil spirits will chase you. I don't know if it's like that in Nigeria, but Ghana is you have to keep your secrets. When you're even traveling, you cannot tell anybody because I don't know whether they'll hijack their plane in the air or something like that. I want us to have this mindset, okay? When God said that he's going to prepare a table in the presence of your enemies, he actually meant it, first of all. Satan is not that powerful. Don't give him that power, honestly. If you have to share to get information, please do it. please do it. Don't be so scared. And it's so funny. We are a generation that won't share to get information, but we post every single thing on social media. How can we make it make sense? Because it's not really adding up. So don't be that scared. We know that God has got you. So go ahead and ask for information. Another thing I'd want to say is honor people. That's how come you can break some curiosity. You know, there's some kind of access that you get by honoring people. And it's by using your money. Don't wear jewelry. Don't wear as jewelry what you're supposed to be using to get information. So you can use that money to take someone else for lunch. Just like, you know what, let me take you out. And this is something that DDK taught has worked for me. There are people that have said that let's go out, and they'll be telling you things that they won't tell you on a regular day. I have actually practiced there. I heard DDK say it in one of her calls, and even people that have my WhatsApp number here, I always share that if you have money to take people out and just ask for information, just get access, ask for information, honor them, they will give it to you. So that's one way that you can break curiosity. But I really want to emphasize that you should share if you have to. Share if you have to. Don't think that evil spirits will come out. They can't do anything, right? Yeah.
Amazing. Don't wear as jewelry what you should use to get information. Wonderful. And that's a very interesting way to look at it. It's take people out and learn from their wisdom. I did a thing that was very scary for me a couple of weeks ago. I sent a cold email to somebody that I had been following for a while because I really just wanted to learn from them. And I was like, what's the worst thing that will happen? They will just not respond to me. And they responded. And so now I'm in a new place of discomfort because I'm like, wait, now I have to go and talk to this person. But I did it anyway. So take that bold step, exactly. Get out of your own head and don't be afraid of your village people, like we say. Dr. Shea, there's a question for you. I found it and now I can't find. Okay. Do we get a sponsor or do sponsors find us? How can we go about getting sponsors, especially if you are in a male-dominated space and the men do not really reach you?
No, that's a good question. So both ways, you can get a sponsor or a sponsor will find you. So sometimes, depends. For example, I've been blessed because I work in an organization, in the US, and one of my sponsors is a fellow Nigerian brother. So it's, of course, the initial thing is, first of all, we're from the same country, but over time he says, hey, I can probably help this girl. So, maybe he chose me in that sense. I'm blessed that I was picked. But you can also get a sponsor yourself. And you have to, first of all, make sure that you have the work, because when someone's going to sponsor you, their reputation is on the line, right? Mm-hmm. So you have to be someone that's credible. So people know that your work speaks for itself. Your work is valuable. And don't look at sponsorship as, somebody is helping you. No, you're also helping them, right? At the end of the day, they also want to know that, they also want to be able to say that, hey, Shea is someone that I've been helping or I sponsored. Their reputation is, you're also providing equal value to them. It's not just a one-way street. So your work must speak for itself. You have to think about, okay, this person has this very big title, they're the vice president of something. If they're associated with me, what happens to their reputation? Right? Nobody wants to be associated with bad work or poor work. So your work must speak for itself, regardless of whether or not you get chosen or you choose somebody. That is the foundation of sponsorship. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Carry your own credibility into the sponsorship relationship as well. And don't be a leech, like DDK said. Bring your own values to the table. And the thing about value is it doesn't have to be, one big thing, something that you're massively a big expert at. Somebody that I'm in a mentorship relationship with will ask at the end of every call, what can I do to help you? And it can be as simple as just helping the person do a bit of research. It can be as simple as helping the person, I don't know, even call someone or send a message to somebody or reach out to someone. It doesn't, just be a person of value. Don't be a person that's just taking and taking and taking from somebody else and not having anything to give back to the person. Thank you so much, ladies. So much wisdom. It's interesting. You people will be hiding inside the mastermind. until we bring you out to come and share, and then we'll be hearing gems like this, fire gems. Thank you so much, ladies. We are at time. Okay, we'll take one last question and then we'll wrap this up. Uchenna says there's a fear that artificial intelligence will take over human jobs and vocations, etc. Would you recommend that we still learn high-ticket skills like copywriting, social media management, etc.? How do we navigate this? Dr. Shea, I'll ask you to take that first, and then anybody else can take that.
So when something new gets thrown onto the scene, people are always afraid of jobs. This is not the first time it's happened in the history of mankind, right? The Industrial Revolution, the same thing. But, I think this was alluded by one of the panelists earlier on, that there are new jobs that will be created. So one thing that I think you mentioned social media, is you have to realize that social media, the way you know it today, may not be the same way in a few years. Think about social media 10 years ago. What was it like? And what are we doing today on Instagram and likes? And all? I don't remember how long Instagram has been around, but let's just take 15 years ago, right? So you have to understand that even as AI and all these new technologies progress, the things that we do today will also change, right? So we have to be open to the fact that, great, I'm happy that you have the skills, and sometimes you have to understand the background, but you may have to evolve and acquire new skills to support whatever new technologies are coming up. So don't be stuck or in the past and say, I have this typewriting skill. I'm pretty sure there are people that claim that they're the fastest typewriters, but nowadays you can touch, you don't even necessarily have to typewrite. So progress along with the technologies. Now, one thing that AI or machines will not replace is human beings. And I think one of they mentioned that human beings are the next innovation. So no matter how fancy or not how we use machines or AI to solve problems, it will never replace human beings, right? So there will always be a value for a human being, even at the decision table. So for example, I've used data to help influence decisions, but there's some decisions, no matter what the data says, somebody will come in there and say, no, let's go with a different place, because no matter whatever we put in there is what we'll get out, right? The machines are only as good as the data behind it. So let's not be afraid that it will take over and replace all jobs. I think there'll be new jobs and at the same time, new technologies. So the way we do business today will also evolve and change. So let's also make sure that we're evolving along with it.
Mm-hmm. Progress along with technology. Don't be stagnant. Elevate your own skills, elevate your own expertise so that you can take advantage of the opportunities as they arise. And yes, humans will never be replaced. There are decisions that machines will never make, because again, like you said, the machines are only as intelligent as the data and the inputs that we put into them. So yeah, we will never run out of humans. Anybody else who wants to talk to that? Okay, we're here.
Okay, so I really love what Dr. Shea said about the machines being as good as the humans. But one thing, I'd want to share something that I learned from Apostle Joshua Foreman, just add up. He said that there was a time when he was praying to God for the next move for his ministry, and God asked him to upload his messages online. At the time, online wasn't a thing. It wasn't something that people were using CDs at the time. So I think it was very old. They were using CDs at the time, but then he just decided to do it. And right now, the internet is like I don't think anyone has a CD player in their lives anymore. Exactly. So one thing that I would suggest that you do is always ask God, because he's the one that knows the future, right? He would put you somewhere that you would actually be able to operate the AI, like Dr. Shea said. So always ask him. He's the only one that knows the future. None of us, I think we are all saying we are into this, we are into that. Tomorrow he can come and say, go into, I don't know, go and be dancing for some Sunday school children, because he knows, and it may look silly, but he knows what is ahead of us, right? So don't be scared. Fear is something that won't even make you access God in the first place. So just take out fear. Sometimes it's very easy to say don't be scared, but don't be scared. And always talk to people around you. There's so many people in the Immerse circle that will help you, that would pray with you, that would just keep you going, right? To take fear out. Fear is like, just take it out, and always ask God. He will show you. He's not that kind of person that will not tell you what to do. He will show you. So ask him.
Thank you so much. And shameless plug, in the mastermind this week, our focus has been on pivot. And it's interesting that like some of the things that we've spoken about today are some of the things that also came through during our review yesterday evening. So it's like full circle right here. Thank you so much, ladies. We are at time. I know there's still questions and people still want to hear you speak, but we are at time and we really want to respect everybody's time. Thank you so much, Dr. Shea. We appreciate you. We love you so much. Thank you, Coach Yewande of Life. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Wepia. We wish you all successes in your endeavors. We thank you for spending time with us today. And yeah, thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for sharing so openly and so vulnerably. We appreciate you. We hope that the next time we ask you to come and join the panel, you will honor our invitation and you will join us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, ladies, please say thank you to our panelists as we release them. Thank you, ladies. Okay, breathe, everyone. Take a moment, breathe, stretch, drink water. We have had an amazing time so far, right? It's not just me, right? This has been an amazing couple hours together, right? Breathe, grab some water, stretch, shake your legs, stand if you've been sitting like me. All right. We are going to go soon to our next panel, but we want to do a two very quick things, 2 5-minute things, and then we'll jump right into our next panel session. First is we want to do a quick trivia. You know that we always do trivias. We cannot do without doing trivias. And our trivia today will focus on first female. So first female, something. The first question here is, who was the first female to be president in Africa? See, actually, the rules of our trivia is no Google, and I will no Google answers as I see them coming through. Who was the first female to be president in Africa? Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Yes, she was president of Liberia. Yes. All right. No ChatGPT, exactly. No bad, no ChatGPT, no Google. Second question, who was the first woman to run for president in Nigeria? Kemi, almost there. Keep going. No, not Mrs. Ezekwesili. No, I shown you too. Please be focused. Yeah, I said Sarah Jibril. Yes, she was the first woman to run for president in Nigeria. Who was the first female major general in Nigeria? Also, I'm seeing you for your Google answers, but it's okay. Yes, it's Jibril, not Jubril. Who was the first female major general in the Nigerian army? Me, myself, and I. First female major general in the Nigerian army. I can feel the Google from where I'm sitting. Almost there, Comfort. Aderonke Kale, yes. General DDK. Let's be focused, please. General DDK. The answer is Aderonke Kale. All right. Who was the first female professor in Nigeria? So in case you're looking for mentors and things, this no, so not Mrs. Alele Williams. First female professor. Wow. Full family name, Felicia Adito Omala Ogushaye. Yes, that's correct. Correct. Yes, Adito Ogushaye. Who was the first female pilot in Nigeria? And you have to give me this one with her title, not just a name. Who was the first female pilot in Nigeria? No, not Tolu Awatule. MFR Kalu, Chinyere Kalu. Well, okay, I was expecting a Captain Chinyere Kalu, but yes, Tayo Abisola. Thank you, Captain Chinyere Kalu, MFR. Thank you. All right. Who was the first woman to become Vice Chancellor of a Nigerian university? I know that was Google. Who was the first woman to become Vice Chancellor of a Nigerian university? Yes, Professor Grace Alele Williams. All right, who was the first? This is how we know people were paying attention in social studies. Who was the first woman in Nigeria to drive a car? Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, yes, exactly. And all right, who was the first female published author in Nigeria? No, not Buchi Emecheta. First female published author in Nigeria. Stella, this is Google, right? I know that this is Google, my heart of hearts. Flora Onwapa. I don't know if I said that correctly, but yes, Flora Onwapa. And all right, last but not least question. It's Google. How are people getting these answers? It's Google, and ChatGPT. Who is the first woman to run the Live Awake conference? Yes. See, this face is like, wait, what are you talking about? Our very own DDK is the first woman to run the Live Awake conference. Thank you, ladies. All of you with your Google answers, I see you. Thank you for participating. This is always a fun time. All right. The second quick activity we want to do before we jump into our second panel session, and like we can continue to do this while I bring up our panelists, is we want to do a bit of networking. So we want to know who you are and what you do. So in the comments, tell us a short caption of what you do alongside your handles on social media. So very short, quick, readable in 10 seconds, what you do alongside your social media handles or where people can find you. Let's do that as we start to bring up our next panelists. Ayala says I answered this one with my full chest. At least I know this one, yes. If you don't know this one, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, let's start bringing up our next panelist while you share in the chat what you do, who you are, and where we can find you on the interwebs. Okay, so we'll be bringing up two amazing ladies. I just want to be sure that I know one of them. I saw her in the comments. All right. Our next panel session is going to be focused on two, okay, I see you ladies. It's going to be focused on two professionals in the tech space. So actual tech sis. I'm going to invite Omolola Oyewumi as I read her bio. Give me a moment. All right. Omolola is, all right, I see you. There you go. Omolola is a graduate of Perryville A&M University. I thought I knew how to pronounce that, but apparently I don't. And has an MSc in Computer Information Systems and Security. She has worked for more than 10 years in companies such as Humans Incorporated and Computer Warehouse Groups in the field of computer engineering. She's a product manager, privacy and compliance champion at Microsoft. She's a certified Maxwell Leadership Team member and a certified life coach from the Brave Thinking Institute. She's a member of the International Society of Female Professionals. And in 2022, she achieved her dream of getting a job at Microsoft as a product manager. Omola is a life strategist. She's an activator. She's a cloud security enthusiast, and she is a believer. Her superpower is inspiring young female professionals and entrepreneurs to dream bigger dreams, to get unstuck, and to achieve the impossible through her coaching, mentoring, and accountability support programs, Road to Become Solutions and Mighty Oak Meadow Foundation. She's the author of 2 books and has a podcast, Grow to Become, which focuses on personal growth and development. She's a motivational speaker and she speaks on different platforms to inspire young professionals. In her free time, she records podcasts, she writes, and she does research. She is married and she has 3 children. Welcome, Omola. Oh, is that just me? I can't hear you. Still cannot hear you. Do you want to drop off and rejoin while I bring up Ladi, and then we'll see if that's what's happening here. All right. Our second panel, and we'll welcome you again. Our second panelist is the amazing, phenomenal Ladi Tawak with the beautiful yellow, which is her favorite color. I think I know that about you, and the wonderful afro. Ladi Tawak is an experienced designer, and she's a UX researcher who has worked with startups, agencies, and multinationals across the globe. She has an academic background in psychology. She is passionate about Jesus, about teaching, about building products, people, and communities. Welcome, Ladi Tawak.
Hi. Yes, so can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. All righty. Welcome, ladies. Welcome, welcome. So glad to have you both on board this. We are now in the afternoon, right? Yes, this afternoon in Nigeria. And this morning, because I know it's like, what, 4:30 for you? 4:30 for you, Omolola, and it's like 11:30, I imagine, for you, Ladi, or 12:30?
Oh, we're in the same time.
Oh, okay. All right. For now, until next week. All right. Welcome, ladies. So glad to have you both here with us today. All right. We'll start with the same question that we asked the first panel, which is, tell us, yes, President Ladi, if you don't know the meaning of that, is inside gist. And I don't know why you're not in the Immerse Inner Circle if you don't know what we just talked about. So we'll start with the same question for you both. How has your career journey progressed? How have you got into where you are now? And yeah, just basically tell us your career story. Omolola, I'll start with you.
All right, thank you. So for me, I started my career with having national diploma in computer science. I used to be very good in math. While during I used to represent my school, to represent math. School to go for math competition, cowbell, and all those. So back in my mind, my dad would always tell me, just go and do something that has to do with engineering. So when I was trying to write JAM, and I did it like 2 times, and I didn't get, the required math score, I went through the route of going to a polytechnic, then went to study computer science from there, and I went to Obafemi Awolowo University to study computer engineering. And after graduation, I worked as a network administrator with Tranta IT as a resource person. In 2014, I went to work with Computer Warehouse Group in Lekki, which then I was deployed to FCMB as a service engineer. And then as I moved in my career, I was upskilling and pursuing additional certification, such as Cisco, route and switch, data center, voice, VCP, Cisco Cyber or Security Plus, ITO. I was having all this into my toolkits just for me to prepare for, as technology is emerging, I was having all those things, adding them to my toolkit. And in 2017, I went for a graduate program at the Prairie View A&M University to study computer information systems and security, where I had my master's program there. And after graduation, I worked for Cummins as the technical program manager for about 3 years. And currently I am working in Microsoft in the security, compliance, and privacy space as a product manager. And I involve in different ERG as a Black at Microsoft, and technical woman at Microsoft, women at Microsoft. Keep volunteering and helping, supporting us, and advocating for more Black to come to tech. So that's what I do.
Thank you so much for sharing. And congratulations on your Microsoft job. As I was reading your bio, I read that it was a dream and we're glad that you have achieved that. All right, Lade, over to you.
Hi, my name is Lade. How did I get into where I am now? It started from undergrad. I've always been a very industrious, I think is how Nigerians like to say, person. And always like exploring things. I've pretty much been working for over 10 years and I'm not 30 yet. So just for context. So I've been always exploring things, and I've always been interested in many things. Like even in secondary school, it was really hard for me to choose like whether science or arts or commerce, because I was interested in all of them. And in my secondary school, you had to do all the subjects in the first term of SS1. You do all the subjects and then you pick. And it was so hard. I actually ended up doing a mix of everything somehow. And when I knew I wanted to study psychology by the time I was in SS1 or 2. And I wasn't even thinking about what subjects I needed to do to study psychology. I was just doing things I was interested in. And it turned out that all the things I did were needed for my psychology. So that worked out great. And then I started writing on the internet when I was in, I think, SS1 or GS3. And I was writing blog posts, did a lot of content and all of those things. And by the time I was finishing secondary school, I started working as a content writer, content marketer, social media marketer, all of these things for different people. And in my use of the internet, I met a couple of people who worked in tech already. I didn't think of the tech industry like in that sense at that time. But one of the first opportunities I got, like at the time I started uni, because I had a forced gap year. Basically, I feel jammed, so everybody's surprised, including my own. And I had a forced gap year. And in that forced gap year, I did a lot of things. And I did photography, I did hairdressing, I did so many different kinds of things. And I started working with one of my friends that I met from Twitter who started a digital marketing firm. And that's how I started working in tech. So he was working with startups and I was doing social media management, content, all of those things. And in the midst of that, I stumbled into this incubator and accelerator hub called CC Hub. And I started just going for meetups. I was in Unilag at the time and was so close to where CC Hub was. And so I was always going there I had free time. I was a student besides the work I was doing. And so I was just always going there. And I walked into a meetup for women entrepreneurs. Mind you, I was not a woman entrepreneur at the time. I was just going and I spoke to someone and I was like, oh, I'm studying psychology and everything. And she said, oh, you should talk to the UX lead here. I was like, what's that? I don't know what UX is. So, but I spoke to him anyways. And then they were doing a meetup called UX Lagos then for people who did design. And so I just started going for the meetup and I really enjoyed it. And then I still wasn't thinking of that because I was going to do, in my mind, I'm going to do my PhD in psychology. I don't know what all these things is. This is just a stopgap. And by my fourth year, at some point, I started volunteering to help set up the meetups. That's how interested I was in the meetups. And by my fourth year, the beginning of my fourth year, they were hiring for a UX researcher, which is what I do now. And at that time, I still wasn't thinking about it, but the UX lead then reached out to me. He was like, are you interested? Because for UX research, they're usually looking for people with like psychology, sociology, humanities, like those kinds of courses. And so I was like, sure, why not? Like, it's an experience. When I finish this 1 year, I'll still go and do my PhD, so no problem. But I started it at the time when I started my 4th year, and it was great. I loved it. And so they trapped me in UX research. So I've been doing that for about 6 years now. And that's pretty much the journey of my career. And it's really about like exploring things, being open to opportunities, and really working hard, because I did work very hard. And one of the reasons why they gave me that opportunity in the first place was because of my how I was very active and helping out and doing things that nobody asked me to do, but was beneficial, because I really flunked my interview. My interview was terrible, but they still took that chance on me because like they had seen that I was capable of doing stuff. So yeah, I'm making connections with people, sharing my work and sharing that I was interested in things. I think I mentioned in the previous Immerse setting that I had the opportunity to work with Google, which is something that I was thinking would be like 20 years into my career. And it was because of the constantly like sharing my work, sharing what I was learning, sharing my work, and people were like, oh, do you need somebody who does this? Yeah, Lade is the person to talk to. So that's really what has shaped the way my career has progressed.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Again, second panel, 20 minutes later, we're hearing the same things: curiosity, actively participating, just, not hanging out in the sidelines or in the corner, being a part of it, actively participating, and really just following your curiosity. Thank you, ladies, for sharing. All right. My question for you today is, in what ways can we leverage new and emerging technologies to solve some of the biggest problems in the world today? So think poverty, climate change, education, hunger, whatever it is. In what ways can we actively leverage new and emerging technologies? And the way that I would like to talk about it is talk about the technology that you have in mind, and then talk to us about how you as a professional, as a person who's actively working in that space, think that we can leverage those technologies into solving these problems. Lade, I will start from you, and then Amola will continue.
So what I think about this is, I think that we have to actually start with the existing technology before thinking about emerging and new technologies, or how we can implement it. So for example, people talk about how technology is changing education and how AI and everything, which, by the way, we've always been using AI. AI is not new. Like if you use Google Assistant, you've been using AI, for example. So we have to think about like the existing technology. And when we think about technology, we often think about the newer things like AI, blockchain, all of these things. But radio is technology. And there's a way in which you can leverage those kinds of existing things to meet people in places where it's hard to reach. So education, for example, which is something I'm very passionate about. Instead of thinking about how you can use AI to do some things, which at the rates where we are, only people who already have access to the internet in some way will be able to benefit from that. So it doesn't address the problem for the other people who aren't yet on the internet for various reasons. And so thinking about how you can use all of the things that already exist, like radio, TV, where people, because if you want to use AI, if you want to use all those things, you need to have access to the internet, which not everybody has in the world, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, in like all of these places. So thinking about understanding the actual problem, and I guess it's like the bias of my work of like research, where it's like, what is on that problem understanding first before even thinking about how can we apply relevant solutions, and not just jump into AI is the next big thing. I think in the previous panel was also mentioned, like not just jump into like what's the next big thing, but what's based on what we have already, how can you reach the people who are hardest to reach? Thinking about financial inclusion already, there was a whole craze about crypto and how like crypto will get people on into the financial systems, etc. But the person who hasn't opened a bank account and is not using the bank's internet banking app, they are not going to use crypto. Like they are going to be even more cautious than the other people who are already on the internet. So you can't just like come and place new technology on people who are not even yet confident and comfortable with already existing technology. So I think to tie up the response, before thinking about leveraging new technology, you need to understand why are people even afraid of the new technology, or what are the concerns and the fears they have. And then from there, work on how can we get people more comfortable, how can we make these technologies more easily accessible to people, and how can we address the root problems that are not even allowing this technology to actually be adopted.
Thank you. Before going to go and take fancy new technology to people who don't have the internet, understand what the actual problems are. Like we say at Immerse, start with why. Understand the root cause of the problem, go back to the heart of the problem, learn about the people before you carry fancy new technology into problem spaces where your technology might not be applicable. I like that very much. Thank you for sharing that, Ladia. Thank you for giving me a different perspective to that. Omolola, over to you.
Okay. So I'm going to say, based on where I'm at right now, I'm going to speak to a few things, but the more importantly, talking about AI, ML, the artificial intelligence, and the machine learning, being in a cybersecurity space is something that we are using right now. Of course, just like Lade said, there are existing technology. We are using it right now, just enhancing what we have right now. We're training some of those models, putting in more data, just to train them to, have better results. So we are building on what we already have. And of course, as the technology is emerging, the artificial intelligence and the machine learning can be leveraged in so many different ways to solve, all those problems that we are looking at. In the aspect of education, this is being used right now. If you use LinkedIn Learning, LinkedIn Learning is a great platform where you can learn. It's way more advanced. It can help you personalize the learning experience you're having, provide our student with customized feedback and support. For example, the machine learning algorithm can analyze student data, it can analyze the data, identify the learning gaps, and then provide personalized learning plan for you to, to fill that gap. And it's one of our products. LinkedIn Learning is one of our products. We use it. We tell people to use it, try it. It has a trial version. You can try it for, I think, 6 months or thereabout. And then, you can now continue the subscription on or whatever. So that's one way we started to leverage more on artificial intelligence, which I am really speaking to. And also in what you said, like poverty alleviation, to alleviate poverty, AI and ML, which is artificial intelligence and machine language, can be used to optimize, the energy usage that we have, and of course to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. That's why we are having this automated cars, Teslas, and so many other new technology using this using this technology. For example, the predictive analytics that can be used to forecast energy and of course adjust the energy supply, and is being used of course also in agriculture. We keep using this AI ML, even in IoT, just like the first the speakers, just like they analyze this. It's being used right now. We leverage more on it, even for other little pieces in IoT that we have, our phones, our watch, fridge, and all those things. We keep leveraging on this. But the last thing I will talk about is on healthcare. This is really big. AI is really big on healthcare right now. They can be used to analyze medical data, identify patterns, develop personalized treatment plans. For instance, the AI-powered tools can analyze medical image to identify the disease at early stage, like cancer, and begin to get treatment for it. So overall, I would say that the artificial intelligence and the machine learning, they have enormous potential to address, so many world's pressing problem. Just like I said, optimizing resources allocation, improving decision making, providing personalized solution, whatsoever we want to know our area of interests are, we can use this new technology for them, but we have to be mindful. One caveat about this is we want to ensure that this technology, they are used ethically and responsibly, right? So that's one thing that I want to, because a lot of people just like feeding this, like the ChatGPT and all those, feeding them with inappropriate things and bringing out different results, all those things. But we just want to like, okay, really call people to use this ethically and responsibly.
I'd like to press on that one a little bit more. What does it mean for us as future forward female leaders to use technology ethically and responsibly?
So what I would say is responsibly is, of course, just like we are building trust with our stakeholders, we build trust, we use it. When we are building product, talking from entrepreneurs, for people who are working even as an employee, building products, helping, building solutions and all those things. We leverage on trust. We trust, people trust our products, people trust what we are doing. And when we are feeding these models, we want to use it. For example, there are some articles that came out on prompt that's been fed with this chatbot and brought out some inappropriate things, right? And they'll keep judging that, oh, this machine or this tool is not doing what it's supposed to do, or like using it for fraud, using it to do top secret of the company, like the codes and all those things. So what I'm saying is using this responsibly is using it in the way that's going to serve others, add value, rather than using it to destroy, something like that.
Nadia, you want to add to that?
Yes. So part of my job really is to help people build products and services. And so in using technology ethically and responsibly, layering on what Omolola just said, it's like when you want to create a solution, right? There's this tendency, there's this quote that's at least we don't use it as much as they used to use it before, is move fast and break things. But that's like a very literally destructive approach to creating things, because you need to think about what are the effects that whatever you're creating has on people. You need to think about things. A lot of the time when we're trying to create a new product or a new solution or something, we always think about, how can it benefit this person? How can it benefit that person? Which is great. But with everything we create, you're creating additional problems as well. So for example, let's take like a knife, for example. A knife was created for cutting things, like when you want to cook food, but people can use knives to kill, right? Mm-hmm. So you need to think about what are the potential ways that this thing can be used negatively when you're creating it, and how can we put stop gaps to prevent that from happening as much as possible. That's like when you're creating responsibly and ethically, thinking about what is the potential negative impacts that this solution may have. And sometimes it's not even on the it may be on the environment as well, for example. So with blockchain, as an example, the blockchain, there are many benefits to it, but then a lot of people also talk about the environmental impacts of mining as well. So it's thinking about how you balance the benefits with the potential problems that can come as a result of that solution.
Thank you. So all-rounded 360-degree thinking. Don't just think about how this thing is good. Think about how, people can exploit it to actually do evil in the world. And you cannot really discount that, because people are just people. So there will always be somebody who is thinking about how can I break this thing? And it's interesting because in software development and in QA testing, part of the ways that you test is actually breaking what you built to see how many ways can this thing break before you actually release it. So as a visionary, as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, as even a person who is working in tech, think about that as well as you're building. What are the negative repercussions either on people or on the environment, or even on like, morals or whatever for whatever it is that you're building. Thank you for explaining that way. I have a two-part question. Nadia, I'll start with you. The first is, as somebody who did not have a traditional entry into tech, you have a psychology background, not a computer science or, engineering background. How would you, talk to somebody who also does not have a traditional background in tech to be a value creator and a value contributor in tech? That's the first part of the question. The second part is, away from your background, in the first panel, we spoke about encouraging, younger generation girls and women to take part in STEM. For this panel, my question is, how do we actually uplift women? So what are the practical and tactical things that we can do to actually uplift women, either those who are just getting into tech or those who are already into tech? So they start with a non-traditional path into technology and innovation, and then let's end it with uplifting women into tech.
So how do you, one of the things that I talk about a lot in my when I give talks or do career coaching and all of these things, is that you don't need to have a technical STEM background to work in tech. One of my favorite examples of this is I stumbled upon a LinkedIn profile of someone who is a real estate agent or something, or building manager, and her entire LinkedIn is tech companies. So it's really about understanding your interest and the areas in which you want to contribute. In the previous panel, when they talked about application, there are people who build the actual technology, and then there's the application of technology and the support of that technology. If you think about it this way, if someone is a lawyer and they work at Shell, you would say they work in the oil and gas industry. So if you're a HR person, or you're a customer support, or you're an accountant, you can also work in tech. You can provide support services to those tech companies and to the people who build those products. And then if you want to even get closer to the product, you can do things like research, you can do things like design, you can be a product manager. There's so many different kinds of, and this is just what I know. I'm sure that there are other things that I don't know, other potential ways that you can get into the industry. You can be and especially now with like the emergence of AI, and as the way it has shifted gears, basically, we've gone from Google Assistant AI to ChatGPT and DALL-E AI that generate things rather than just respond to the actual inquiry, like what time is my appointment versus how do I create this and they give you the whole thing, right? There's also things, lawyers can be here with like privacy and ethics and all of these things, and even philosophers. Like I know I've followed a couple of people on social media who are philosophers who work in the ethics side of tech. So it's like a very broad area where anyone can work in. So you just need to figure out what are the things that you are interested in. And when you say things that you're interested in, it could be from an industry perspective. So if you care about healthcare and you have a medical background, maybe you can work with a tech company that is focused on healthcare, right? So think about your own interest, the things that you like doing, things you're curious about, and look at what are the tech companies that are doing things in these areas and how can I contribute to that? I've worked across many industries in tech. I've worked in education, I've worked in biotech, I've worked in browser services, voice assistants, and I don't like, when I went to do those things, I didn't know anything about those industries. All I knew is that I like doing research and I like talking to people. And so just taking that and being able to apply that and using the research insights that I find to actually create something and make a decision and make a solution. And that is how I would frame that to somebody who is interested, but it's like, oh, I don't have a technical background and all that. And also, when you've made that decision that you want to work with tech companies or you want to work in tech, it's very important how you approach it. And that kind of goes into the second question as well. As you've made that identification, one of the easiest ways, because tech people are online, literally, they're literally online because they own the internet. So you share on the internet, that could be LinkedIn, that could be Twitter, that could be Facebook, wherever you already are comfortable on the internet, start from there. You don't need to go and start with all the other tools immediately. Start with what you already know and share on there about, like, for example, if you're a lawyer that wants to work in tech, you can do a blog post about how law can help you leverage technology or something, and start putting out content that highlights those your strengths, the things that you know, the connections that you're making, and all of those things. And that way you open yourself up to meet more people. People reach out to you, you can reach out to more people, and you learn more about the industry, and you can get opportunities even before they are public, which has been the story of my life, really. Like, from constantly sharing, constantly talking about what I'm learning, what I'm interested in, and literally just asking. Like, there are times where I went on LinkedIn, I was like, I want to do XYZ. Is there anybody hiring for this or any opportunities here? And people reach out to me. So those are some of the ways you can literally lift up yourself, or help you yourself, like doing the work to lift up yourself. And then on how to lift people up is one of the theories that I learned in psychology that has stuck with me is the Gottfredson theory of career development, which is that people choose their careers first based on what they see as possible, based on gender and stuff like that. So if you grew up seeing only female nurses, in your mind, you have a mental model that only women can be nurses and men can never. And so the first time you see a male nurse, you're going to be very confused. But then you've added that to your mental bank that, okay, it's possible for a man to also be a nurse. And so how to uplift people is to first create that framing, and as early as possible, give that early exposure that there is no limitations, and open people up to potential career paths beyond what they already know. So starting early with getting people into tech and STEM, and also emphasizing that you don't have to do like core STEM to work in STEM, basically. And then all the programs, and my thing about programs is that a lot of programs are not actually practical. So I like to emphasize practical programs. So if you're doing a program where people can actually learn the skill and apply it. So if you're doing a data and analytics program, for example, it's not enough to just teach people like, oh, this is how you do data analytics. Giving them actual projects that they can work on to implement those things, so that they can also be building portfolios for themselves, those kinds of things. These are like practical hands-on things, because there's a lot of things on the internet. You can read, watch videos, but if you don't actually start doing things, then it's just all talk. And I don't think that that's beneficial in the long run.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You don't have to have a certificate or a degree in tech to actually work in tech. Someone on YouTube says, I have been able to leverage my occupational health and safety compliance to transition into cybersecurity. So basically, look for the uncommon path. Follow your curiosity, like we've been saying all morning. Follow your curiosity, look for the uncommon path, and just do things that interest you. And of course, network, talk to people. I feel like we've said that so many times that if you leave this place and that's the only thing you remember, you have done something right. If you have questions for our panelists, please post them in the chat and I will read them out. Omola, do you also want to very quickly take that question?
Absolutely. And because I do have background in computer, right from get-go, I will say that from my own perspective, okay, let me first of all talk to people that don't. One thing that I will first of all say is find a role model. Find someone that wants to do what you want to do. Just like everyone has been saying, that curiosity, asking question is going to be helpful for you. If you do not have that background, but you have an interest in something, just know that there is somewhere around the world that someone is doing that thing that you really wanted to do. Even reading, researching might even bring out some of those things as like words, because you might not be able to give it words. You might just want to do something, but you might not be able to give it words. So that's one aspect. But as someone that has been in the field for a while, how do I uplift more women? Especially right now that a lot of people, the way technology is evolving, a lot of people want to start to transit into IT and all those things. Yeah, what I would say is community a network, creating those networks, even as a future forward female, look at that. And if you actually want to like, okay, go into this, look into those communities, look into those networks, especially for women in for especially the African descent, we lack access to network and communities, and joining one, creating one, begin to advocate for more women to, just promote diversity, promoting this kind of opportunity for people, you'll be able to like, okay, uplift more women. I am involved in, as a member of National Society of Black Engineers, NSB, Women in Tech, join this kind of groups to get inspiration, know what is evolving, and this is going to help. Second thing I would say is, just like I said, finding a role model is as well, of course, finding a mentor. Look into that particular role that you wanted to like go into. You can use LinkedIn for that. Look for that role and see the job description. Look at the gaps. Look at the skill gaps, how you can fill it. Give yourself some time so you can upskill to what you want to become, or what you want, that role that you would like to fill. And of course, other women that inspire, or other industry leaders that inspire you, follow them, join networks, the social pages of this company that you would like to work for, or where the role you are looking into. So some of all those things are still part of the networking part of it, talking, asking questions, networking, creating this connection. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is providing or really going into that education and training. Education and training is very important. A lot of free resources out there, that you can use. Even like Udemy, like Microsoft do provide free vouchers for exams, free trainings. I post most of them on my LinkedIn, keep sharing to people. In fact, there are programs for Africans, helping more Black to come into tech, that, keep sharing and just challenging every one of you. Once you begin to see some of this free resource, even for grants, for grants, for all those things, begin to share it, and let's just keep promoting this, being an advocate for more women to come into this program. There is one person that we go to become partner with. His name is Cyril on LinkedIn, and I can share his a LinkedIn link. What he does is STEM Girls Scholarship Program. He does that. He trains girls in robotics, coding, and how to fly drones and all those things, right? Even early on from elementary, and he's doing this right in Nigeria. So some of all those things begin to like, okay, encourage them, be part of that program, sponsor them, and all those things. So that's one way that I would say that, just let's keep promoting those people that have been doing. If you want to create one, start creating one. If you want to join, start joining. Start to subscribe to Harvard Business Review, articles, journals, and all those things help us to continue to bring more insight on how to, become advocate.
Thank you so much. Upskill yourself into expertise, basically. Read, learn, talk to people. There's multiple ways to learn. It's not just by reading. It's not just by going to school. Upskill yourself into expertise. That's the way that I'm coining it, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you so much for sharing that. Just a reminder, if you have questions for them, please share your questions in the chat. I am looking at the chat, and I will get to your questions very, very soon. All right, question. What are some of the tactics that we can employ to embrace tech for increased efficiency in our work? Lali, I'll start with you.
Okay. So it's kind of continuing from like the previous response. There's the concepts that I subscribe to, a biblical concept of come as you are and then be transformed. And is really the same. Come as you are, wherever you are, whatever level you think you are, starts from there. And then be transformed by learning new things and layering on new skills to build upon that. So a very easy, straightforward example is if there are things that you do repeatedly in your work that you can automate, do that. And there's so many tools that help you automate. There's Zapier, there's If This Then That. And you can even try, like if you're too worried about, I don't want to lose my work, you can try with your personal life first. You can do an automation. So there's a course that I teach on UX research, and we've been doing a lot of things manually. And so right now I'm actually working on creating the automation so that when somebody signs up for the course, they automatically get a response. And like these things are not like really complex. It seems really scary in the beginning because it's like, what's in the automation? Which one is automation? Which one is AI? Which one is, but it's things that you can literally, it's little things like just connect. So for example, I connect my email address to the platform, connect the platform where people sign up to as well. And so if somebody signs up, send them an email saying XYZ. In 3 days, send them another email saying ABC. Like, and that's it. Like, it's just don't be afraid, right? Like, try and do the little things. Start with the little things and then build up from there, instead of maybe, for example, use Google Drive more often, use Notion, use all of these things to create databases instead of putting everything in on your computer or sending everything to yourself on WhatsApp. Like you can use analysis like it. Another example of If This Then That. If I send a message to myself on WhatsApp or on Telegram, email me or email this person XYZ. Like just little things that you can include in your work to help you automate things that you do repeatedly or frequently. With my example of, I had to email everybody who signed up to the course one-on-one. And then I found that I can automate that by just plugging in the platform with my email, and it just happens without me lifting a finger. All I have to do is just go and check once in a while to be sure that it's still working and it hasn't turned off. I also did that at work recently. We were all filling a form and everybody had to keep going to look at the form to see who filled it and who wrote what. And so I created we use Microsoft Suite, and Microsoft has something called Power Automate. And so I just connected the form to a SharePoint site. And it took me a while because I had to watch like a lot of YouTube videos to figure out how to do it. But I did it eventually, and I had never done it before. And that's when I realized, wait, I can also do this for the course that I teach. So you have to look for like small opportunities where you can apply, read stuff, watch stuff, and then try to apply it. That's the important part, because if you watch all the YouTube videos on how to do automation, but you don't actually try to do an automation, then it won't work. When I used to blog a lot on WordPress, I created an If This Then. There's a tool called If This Then, that's IFTTT. And I created an if that was basically when I publish a blog post, generate an image and post on Instagram. And that was it. Like, it worked. It was not a difficult thing. So just be open, like, don't be afraid. Understand, try and understand a little about the tools that you use. Like, why does this automation work? You don't need to get to the roots, like somebody that wants to build the whole system from scratch, but like have a little understanding of the technologies that you use. Like, I think you mentioned earlier that you read a little about blockchain and like it helped you. So be curious, really, like be really, really curious and be open to experimentation.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ladi. Omola, do you want to answer that as well very quickly, please? And then we'll take one question and we'll wrap up.
Right, sure. Yeah, so just piggybacking on what Ladi said as regards automation is very, very key. Creating flows, what you're trying to talk about, like creating flows for your work. That's one thing that you want to look into, just like you said. But I will say something around. One thing is, for you to for this thing to work for you, you want to keep yourself up to date with the emerging technology. You want to stay informed, just like what we are doing right now, having this kind of conference, hearing from industry leaders, reading publications. But another thing is, of course, creating or identifying that pain point. It might not be flow for you. It might be something else. It might be a virtual assistant. It might be a chatbot. It might be something else that you want to do. Identifying that pain point, the area that you could benefit from. We're talking about streamlining business processes, creating workflows, and all those things. Yes, we have to do. It doesn't have to be in the corporate environment alone. It can be, of course, with us. And one last thing is experimenting with tools, research new technology, research tools like our speakers already talk about the panelists. That ChatGPT. Have you tried it? Did you try to be on the wait list? What have you done? Even with the new, even if not all this chatbot and all those things, with what we have, using a PowerPoint, and there is a side of it that has design. The day that I discovered that design part that can help me with my presentation, I was just like, and that's AI, right? So AI have been begin to use all these features. Some of us, we have all those tools like added add-ons on our emails and all those things, and we don't use them. Really experimenting with those things is going to really help us. For people that are transitioning, that I want to come into a tech, because I am more technical, I want to say, like, using trial subscription, just like I said, like AWS, Azure, they provide free subscription for like AWS, like 12 months for you to okay, work on this sandbox, spin up instances, break things. You want to learn how things work. So, and that is how you learn. So that's just what I'm going to say. Let me stop right there.
Sorry, can I just quickly add one more thing? I just want to try and just take any tool that you use every day. It may be like your email tool or your Word doc, and click on everything that is on the top bar or on the sidebar. Click on everything and see what new things you can try to do. And like Omolola said, try new tools. I used ChatGPT recently. I was trying to help my friend with her CV, and I was trying to reduce the length of a sentence, and I tried differently. And so I just took that line and I put it in ChatGPT. We said, summarize this into less than 100 characters. And it did. It wasn't like perfect, so I had to edit it still, but it helped. So that's something that you can also consider.
And I quickly share something, just like what you said. I wanted to send a summary of my book to some people for review and all those things. And I put the whole of my book, not the whole, like chapter by chapter. And I put it as a prompt. And I said, generate one page for me for chapter 1, for chapter 2. And it did that for me. And I have like my book in like three pages or thereabout. And I was able to send, I never thought about it, and I have to okay, this is so good. So trying things, just like you said, it's going to be you have a new understanding, and you'll be able to even learn how to use all those things, maximize them well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. In case you're still wondering, should I use ChatGPT? This is your answer. This is your sign. So go use ChatGPT today. Thank you so much, ladies, for sharing. We are at time, unfortunately. I have so many more questions, but we are at time. There's a quick question from Chibuzo here. Ladi, I'd like you to take that one very quickly, please. Is there an age restriction in branching into the tech space?
No. It's no. You can do at any age. I stumbled on somebody's Instagram or LinkedIn some time ago, and she is, I think, if I remember correctly, she's 56, and she just moved from her traditional background, can't remember what exactly she did, probably banking, and switched to become a software developer. So no, there is no age limitation. You can do at any age.
Thank you so much. Someone says, are these panelist members of the Immerse Inner Circle? But of course. Yes, they are. So if you're here and you're not in the Immerse Inner Circle, again, I don't really know what you're doing. Come join us. We are lovely, and we have so many women that are full of wisdom, mind-blowing wisdom in our community. And in case you're still wondering okay, thank you, NDB. In case you're still wondering, I don't even still know where I will start this networking from. We just spoke to 5 women, 5 extraordinary women. They start from them, reach out to them. And I know for a fact that each and every one of them is open to answering questions and to talking to you. So reach out to them. You have their socials. I think they've been shared in the channel, and they will also be shared as well if you registered for the Live Our Way conference. So reach out to them, reach out to people, and go learn your way into expertise. I want to say a big thank you to you, Omolola, and to you, Ladi. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your time with us. We appreciate you, Omolola especially. It is 5:18 a.m. where you are, so I really, really appreciate you. I really, really appreciate you waking up so early to join us today. Thank you so much, Ladi, as well. I know you took time out of work to be here with us today. We appreciate you so much, and we love you. And we'll see you in our community where we'll continue to draw from your wisdom. Thank you, ladies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
having me.
All righty. All right. So one quick note on the joining Immerse in a Circle. If you want to join, the link has been posted. I know I saw it from one of our team members earlier. The link will be open from today up until the up until the 31st of March for those who would like an early bird registration into the Immerse in a Circle. We are currently in the middle of our 10th cycle, and the ladies can tell you how amazing this cycle has been. But we do have other cycles coming up. So if you would like to join, the link has been posted. It is open from today until the 31st of March, and you can get early bird registration into the inner circle. All righty. Okay. Yeah. I see. All right. We are in the final hour, I believe. Oh, and we also get, there's goodies coming through for everyone. We also get free revision in 2020. If you join, that is, if you join the link that's been shared in the chat, you have free access to our Vision in 2023 webinar and the Future Forward Female Mastermind webinar to enjoy if you join before March 31st. And ladies can attest to how special those resources are in the comment section for you. Righty, we are in our final stretch. Adekemi, are you here? On our final stretch, it's time to go and debate. We're going to do a very quick and very sharp debate about equity and the theme of the 2023 International Women's Day. So while I take a breather, I will ask Adekemi to usher us into our debate, where Toyin Shodipe is the first debater. That's the right English, right? Of the panel that she will be joining. Adekemi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Faye. That has been a really phenomenal session, and just thank you for carrying us through from 10 a.m. up until this time. We really, really appreciate it. And of course,
Adekemi, are you there? I don't know what just happened. All right. While we're trying to get her back. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Apologies, the network took me out. All right. So I was just saying thank you for the great work from morning up until this time. How are we doing, ladies? I trust we've had an amazing session. I just want to know in the comments, has it been for you so far from the first panel up until now? If there's one word to describe both sessions, what will that word be? What will that word be? So just leave it in the comments. I see lots of people are still about the AI. Amazing, epic, awesome, intelligent. Thank you, Cindy. Let's keep it coming. Educative, Roslyn. Follow your curiosity. Now that's a compound word, definitely. Enlighten, amazing. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. So in the next 20 minutes, we'll be on to our debate session. And of course, it's all about the conversation that we've been having, like NDB said earlier and Coach Feyi said as well. This year's LAC conference is in commemoration with the International Women's Day. So it's important that we still drive the conversation around gender equality, gender equity, and that's what this session is about. So we're going to be breaking out into 4 breakout rooms. And the topic is the same actually across board. Embracing equity, a nice to have or a must have. That's the theme. Embracing equity, a nice to have or a must have. And what's happening is really simple. So we'll all be assigned into breakout rooms. We're going to have a debate around that topic. And once we are done, I would assign someone who will be presenting back to the general house, right? Assign someone who will be presenting back to the general house and then would be back to make that presentation. Like Feyi said, there are lots of prizes to be won. Lots of amazing prizes to be won. So give it your 100 and let's hear what the conversation will be about when you're done. So are you ready? Are you excited? Anita is like super ready. She's like, let's go, let's go, let's go. They said, wahala for do. But who they nice to have breakout room. Oh, no. Toyin, let me take that again. Everybody is arguing that, I mean, it's a must-have, right? Did you hear me? So it's the quality of the conversation that we're going to be judging on. Because that's what we did. Yes, thank you, Toyin. A nice to have or a must-have. The argument is that it's a must-have. That's what this conference has been about. So the quality of the conversation, the points you're giving, and the presentation in general, sticking to the rules that will be announced before we present, will then determine. So Kezia, if you're ready, we are ready as well. Would have 4 breakout rooms and would all be assigned automatically to the rooms. So you're not saying this is my paddy, this is my bestie, so I'll be in her room. No. It's also another avenue to just network as well and get to meet new people. So those breakout rooms will be created already. Okay.
I think the rooms are open now, and yeah, people are starting to join rooms. Adikemi, how many minutes do we have?
So we're going to be back by 1:40. Leaves us about 15 minutes to make that deliberation and make a solid conversation out of it.
Thank you.
So please, as you're invited, join a room. Join a room. Hello, Modupe. Join a room. The clock is ticking. So I'll just be making sure that we have everyone in a room. I see we have a number of people who are not yet in rooms. Please, as you see the invite, accept it and then move into your breakout room. All right, I see most people are in rooms already. Adedoyin, Folakemi, Amelia, Bisola. I'm just calling out people who are not in rooms yet. Comfort, Favor, Folashade, Joy, Okuda, Kende, Lesomi, OA. Okay, I think almost everyone is in a room now. Bamileri, Olajide, Pel, Shade, Sefer. Please, let's do well to join the room. Yinke. All right. All right, everyone. You're just joining here from YouTube. That's fine. Apologies. We're just trying to reshuffle the rooms so we make sure we have an even distribution across all rooms. We observe that everyone happened to be in room 1. Okay, so we're just trying to change all of that. If you're just joining in from YouTube, you'll be assigned to a breakout room. Basically, we're having a debate around the theme embracing equity, a nice to have or a must have. Everyone in their breakout rooms are for the arguments, which means embracing equity is a must have. And at the end of the time which will be given, we will then be called to make a presentation. The quality of that presentation, the quality of that conversation is how we will then determine who the winning group is and the winning team members. Yes, we're going to take everyone back into the rooms, Oluwaseun. Everyone is going back. So now we have the 4 rooms up. Please, as you're being invited to a room, go in. I know we've spent some time out, so we'll be asked to reconvene by 1:50. 1:50. So we still have about 20 minutes to have that conversation. So we reconvene by 1:50 to make our presentations. We can all go into the rooms now. Thank you. Please, once you've been assigned to a room, make sure you accept the invitation so you can join the room. So it should pop up on your screen asking you to join. So just accept that invitation and it takes you right into the room that you've been assigned to. So just in case you're wondering, look for that pop-up sign. Binet this year, you're supposed to be in room 1, Blessing, Eunice, Favor, Ezedike, Favor Fatwa Shea. You've been invited to room 1. So yeah, you could just accept that pop-up. So it's very important that you're also in a breakout room. I will be going off in a few minutes, so nothing is actually happening right here. Everything is ongoing in your breakout room. Be sure to participate, engage, join the conversation. Do not be left out, right? Thank you very much. So I'm just going to still look through to be sure we don't have anyone here. Eunice Adeniro, you've been assigned to room 1. Pelumi Olawale, you've been assigned to room 2. Okay. Joy Okpoda, Oluwatimileyin Ademolu, Pelumi Olawale, Yinke. All right, every other person seems to be in a room. Shade Omoni, Oreoluwa, kindly join your room. You're in room 3, room 4. Chidima Olaleye, Kendele Somi. All right. Tiwatope Ogudikbe, and then Tini Ewoye. So the conversation is happening now in the rooms and we'll be back here by 1:50. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, welcome back. I see Bisola is back, Ruth is back, Rosalind is back, Timmy is back, Nimi. Yes, yes. Okay. I mean, I feel like the energy is so high. It's like we're back, we're ready. Let's do this. Give us the floor and let's make this happen. Okay. I see. So we'll just wait for everyone to be back in, and then we'll get ready. So I just want to get feedback from, people in room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4. How was that time together? How was that time together? Just before we get on into the presenting, how was that time together? Let's see it in the comments. How ready are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Give me a rating. How ready are you? How ready is your team? How ready is, room 1 and room 2 and room 3? They're like, ready, ready, ready. Don't test us. We're ready. Awesome. So I'm just going to be reading out the rules of the presentation. Okay. The rules of the presentation and the criteria on which you'll be judged, so you know what it is and nobody feels left out. Nobody feels like they were sidelined. Okay, so everyone has 5 minutes. Every room would have 5 minutes to make their case. Embracing equity, a must-have or a nice-to-have. And we would be judging based on your ability to keep to time, how data-driven your conversation is, how wholesome your points are, the composure of the presenter, and most importantly, the content that you're coming forward with. We already have our judges in the room. They know themselves. They have their pens and papers, their glasses up. They're like, let's do this, okay? So we're going to be starting off with room 4 and would walk all the way up. So room 4, who's your representative? Rosalind, okay. Her camera is on. She has this big smile and she's like, let's do this. Room 4, you should hype your team member. Like, Rosalind, make this happen. All right, so I'm just going to wait for a few more seconds. So it's 2 p.m. And so you're going to have from 2 p.m. to 2:05, 5 minutes to make your presentation on behalf of room 4. So are you ready?
Yes.
The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So in room 4, we argued that equity is a must-have because, of course, we are women, and that we'll be doing ourselves a lot of disservice if we go otherwise. And we came up with 9 points, 9 strong reasons why equity is a must-have. Number 1, equity is a must-have because we cannot continue to allow society and family, the social scripts and so on, to put a limit to what we can do or achieve. It's time for us to say we've got something to put on the table. Secondly, we spoke about the fact that technology is making it easy for us to step into the playground and actually bring to the table what we've got, and to show everyone that, yes, we are here and we have something to offer. Number 3, we spoke about that this is the best time for a girl child to also see the role model in us, and to know that because we have so much to offer to the world, she also can step forward in that same on that same equal platform of equity. And then the 4th thing we discussed, another point that came from one of us, is that as a woman and an individual, you have to practice personal equity. You have to practice personal equity. Be fair to yourself. And if you are not fair to yourself first, you are actually denying your own agenda if you are functioning from the place of gender. And number 5, we spoke about the need for all women, every one of us here, to believe in ourselves and to know that we are already enough and we've got what it takes. And then we went on to number 6 to say, we are in the innovation time. We need to evolve with times. There is need for female input in the world that we live in today, and the world will lose out if there is a lack of contribution from the female. We actually love to say, I think, at the opening of today's meeting, Keaton actually put that across very well, that we need the world will actually lose out if we are not contributing as we ought to. Number 7, we said, women have to be seen as valuable, and this will translate into whatever contribution that we bring to the table. If women are not perceived as valuable, talking about the patriarchal issues out there, their contribution, which means the contribution of the women, will not, and quite frankly, will not make any meaning. So there is need for the world to actually see that we are valuable to the contribution. Number 8, we got to understand from Genesis chapter 1, verse 27 and 28, that the equal mandate of dominion, the mandate of dominion is given to both men and women, and that we should just step forward and manifest. Number 9, which is the 9th point on our discussion and debate, that women have the capacity to think multidimensionally, and that there is a lot of power within us, and that this is now the time for us to step forward and show the world that we've got what it takes. Absolutely fantastic. My team members, everybody at Teamwork, it was just amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rosalind. You have started, you've raised the bar. And I'm like, well, room 3, room 2, room 1, you have it coming. And your team members are just, giving you all the support in the room. Thank you so much for your presentation. All right, then. So we're moving on now to room 3. Room 3, who's your representative? Do we have a representative for room 3? Of course we do. So who? Could you please turn on your camera so you could be spotlighted? Could you also leave the name in the comments so we actually know who we're spotlighting? Who's representing room 3? Webia?
Yes.
All right. Well, are you ready? Good to go?
Let me open my notes.
It's about to be serious. She's like, I have a whole material here. Okay, so I have the rule that your team members need to hype you just before you start. So yes, that energy is needed, right? So room 3, where are you guys? Where is all that energy needed for where people go? She's like, yeah, go, 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 go. So the rules remain the same. You have 5 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, so we started by saying that equity is a must, and we came up with 9 points. We also came out with how to work towards equity, and there was 1 resolution as a team. So the first point is, it is a must-have because it is a disservice to females and the society at large. It shouldn't be because of your gender, but it should be because of what you have and carry. Our second point is the foundation for fairness and justice. So equity is a foundation for fairness and justice, and it opens doors for greater resolution. The benefit is not just to women, it creates an inclusive and diverse society. It makes room for everyone to contribute to the best of their ability, and it gives everyone the opportunity and the ability to contribute. And based on statistics, we have found out that women are more qualified than men. And for example, a study published by the Journal of Applied Psychology found us that women were more likely to have advanced degrees and be better educated in general. And you guys will admit with me that in some cases, well, in my class in school, the girls were better. So, yeah. Also, it is a must-have when the women are prepared for it and they face into the society. So it's not just about, oh, she's a woman, she's a man. Because based on education, we are prepared. So, let's go for it, shouldn't we? Also, it is a level playing ground based on where the individual is. So it's not about just equity, everybody go, but it's a level playing ground. And we have our backing that education, according to the National Center for Education, statistics in 2018 said that white students were 87% compared to 79% for Black students and 76% for Hispanic students. So it just levels everyone so that Black students can come up, the Hispanic, everybody gets a point, right? And also it says that it enables the growth mindset. It makes room for others to grow. It is also having the thought process that everyone is important. It should not just be about the gender. It should not just be about the race or the ethnicity. It just involves everyone. And so we came up with the points that coordinators and so the point was that even those at the decision-making end and those at the receiving end come together to have a growth mindset so that equity is propagated. Also, the quality of life increases. Imagine having an atmosphere where everyone is accepted, everyone is doing well. Life is just nice. Jesus will be happy with us. So yeah, it's good. It also aids time management and productivity. So equity allows that if someone is working at this end, someone else is also working at this end. So it's not that because it's only a man's job, the man is here, then after that, the man will move here, he'll even be tired. You agree with me that at the end of the day, he'll be tired. How can one person be doing? But if everyone is given the chance, there's time management, there's productivity, you close from work and go and enjoy life with your family. And also equity is not necessarily about the individual, but the impact it will have on the society at the end of the day. Like I mentioned, it's about everybody becoming one, right? Then we went ahead to say that how to work towards equity. So we said that for there to be a balance, equity starts from the mind. And you know that in Immerse Inner Circle, everybody is about mindset. There's something that happens to your mindset when you enter. So it's about that. Change your mindset, renew your mind, have a healthy balance. It shouldn't be just an unhealthy attention on one gender, because the unhealthy attention for one gender creates a mishap in the society. Also, we went ahead to say that instead of castigating the gender and saying that, oh, men are like this, women are like this, why don't we accept and embrace everyone, right? So that's what we came up with. Then we said that work policies and should also promote equity. So if we are in the office, we should promote it. Then we weren't far away, because what about people that don't work? So we went ahead to say that parenting should also have some things about equity in it, so that dysfunctions in the society can be solved. And we even came out to say that a lot of dysfunctions happen just because of the workplace, right? Then we went ahead to say education from the grassroots. We said that educating those coming up, the market woman should know that her daughter shouldn't just be working ahead to just go and get married or just to be selling tomatoes. She should also know that she has life. She can also be a digital analyst, something. So education from the grassroots. Then we came up with a team resolution. We said that we will not be held back by discriminatory practices, stereotypes, or cultural biases. So we are embracing equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wepia. Thank you so much, Room 3. Can we celebrate our presenter from Room 3? If I was your room or your, team member, my face would have, probably been frowning by now. Thank you so much, Wepia. Yes, let's celebrate her in the comments. Thank you. Yes, but she did a really fantastic job. Thank you. So Room 4 has done an amazing job. Room 3 has done a fantastic job. We're moving on now to Room 2. Room 2, are you ready? Ready, ready, ready. Let's see it in the comments. And who's the representative for Room 2? Who is going to be presenting on behalf of the room? We have our judges, and I'm eager to see, of course, beyond what the scores are, most importantly, is just the quality of the conversation. And so far, Room 4 and 3, they've killed it, right? They've done an amazing job. Room 2 is ready. Awesome. Who's the presenter? Room 2 is ready, but I don't know who Room 2's presenter is. Could you leave a name in the comments? Foyin, are you ready? Foyin, can you hear me? Okay. I do not think Foyin can hear me. Foyin, can you hear me? If you can, leave a comment. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I see you. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
All right. Good afternoon. You know the rules. 5 minutes. The criteria has been announced. You are your timekeeper. That's why it's a part of the rules that have been laid down. And so the floor is yours. Please take it away.
Okay, so my name is Oluwapo Insola, and I'm representing Group 2. And then we established the fact that gender equity is a must-have. And we raised some solid points, which I'll be unveiling in the course of my conversation. Now, we're starting off from family well-being. Gender equity is a must-have because the well-being of families need to be uplifted. Gender-based violence needs to stop, and equal distribution of responsibilities need to start happening in our homes. Now, using Nigeria as a typical example, many women still face gender-based violence because they went into the marriage or into building a family with a very low self-esteem. They went into the marriage thinking that they're less of themselves and they're lesser to the man. And then that becomes a very big problem in the institution of marriage, and they are then subjected to different forms of violence. According to UNICEF, Nigeria has a high prevalence of violence against women, including domestic violence, sexual violence, and female genital mutilation. Several families are still biased with something as simple as property sharing, and women are relegated to the background because they are women. I mean, you're the first child or you're a child of your parents, but when it comes to sharing properties, you're being sidelined because you're a female. That has to stop. And that is why we must push for gender equity. Now, gender equity is also a must-have for financial literacy because females need to learn how to budget and take calculated financial risks. We cannot say that we want to stand shoulder to shoulder with men in industries and we still want to be selling pepper, or we want to be selling Ankara and selling shoes and bags. We need to break into the financial space, highly calculated, taking the risk that will also make us break through and break forth. Females need to break free from relying on men financially and look into creating wealth for themselves and their generations to come. According to World Bank, women in Nigeria are significantly less likely to be involved in the formal economy than men. So you see, that is where the problem is. We want to have the kind of money that our male counterparts have, but then we don't want to step up to the game. So it's important. Gender equity is important. It will help reduce poverty when we empower women. And by empowering women, we don't want women to be empowered with soap making, Ankara making, Adire making. We want women to be empowered with software development. We want them to be empowered in the tech space and other spaces of interest. So someone has to model that, and we need to push for the gender equity. Gender equity is important to exemplify that women can be on greater value chain in industries that tilt towards sexually objectifying women. And that is where sensitization comes in. In the entertainment industry, we can see it with our own eyes. Women are the one dancing, women are the video vixen. How come they can't sing? Women can sing, women can be in the drama field, they could be in the film industry, but why do we tend to objectify females? That is why it is important to give females the level ground, the level playing ground to actually display their talents and not just about their body. So equity is important. So instead of sexually objectifying women, we need to go for gold in these industries. Gender equity is important in education because education helps close the gender gap. Because education, the equity we would experience will help close the gender gap we can see in the education space. Now, according to UNDP, only 54% of Nigerian women are literate compared to 75% of men. And in northern Nigeria, just 14%. That is alarming and unacceptable. We need to rise up to ensure that equity is seen everywhere so that our girls and females can actually step up to this. And then in career growth, gender equity cannot be overemphasized. Women need to grow in their career fields, irrespective of their gender. Gender has got nothing to do with your brain power and what you can deliver and what you can bring to the table. So women should be encouraged to give in their best because they know when they're giving their best, they could actually stand up and do what they have to do in whatever field they are. An example is Kafayat Soni, who is the first female pilot. She thought about it. It's a male-dominated space, but she did it. So if someone can be the first female pilot, we have no excuse. And finally, I believe, and I know that my team members will agree that we know that we can work towards creating a more equitable a just society for everyone. And gender equity, once again, is a must-have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that was amazing. The chat is on fire. Thank you. You've done such a fantastic job. Room 2, aren't you proud of your presenter? Yes, please. All right, now we'll be moving on to room 1. Oluwashowditi said it's room 22222. I don't know that room. I probably will have to investigate further. What room is room 22222? Toyi, I should merge all the groups. You're not debating. No, you will debate. You will debate. Just takes me back to primary school. Real good times. All right, so room 1, if you're ready, let's go. Let's go, room 1. Who's your presenter? Okay, I think I see her already. Favor, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Oh, so you would be rounding off this debate session for us, and we're excited, eager, anticipated to hear the conversation that the room had. Okay, so your time starts now. Please go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Favor, representing Group 1. And so to start off, all existing protocols duly observed. To start off, imagine a world where, according to the Statistics Times, we have over about 3.904727342 million billion women, representing the 49.58% of the world population. Now, just imagine what that margin looks like if only half of the counterpart, which is the males, are in the industries and the economies. We would definitely cripple the system. We would definitely cripple it because we're working at half of our power ratio. And these are still upcoming because, you know, women, they're always giving birth, they're always doing things. So you realize that we are actually running lower in our manpower in terms of achieving the fullness for what the earth actually has to produce. So where do we start off this conversation? I would say, what is gender equity? It refers to the principle of fairness and justice, and in the system of distribution of resources, opportunities, responsibilities between both men and women. It's also recognizing and addressing the fact that historical and societal barriers have prevented women from actually having equal access to education, employment, healthcare, political participation, among all areas of life. And so the aim of gender equity is to actually create a level playing field where all individuals, regardless of your gender, have equal access to opportunities to develop their talents, achieve their goals, to participate fully in all aspects of society. And so this requires, you know, it's quite challenging if you really look at it, but to ensure everyone has the support that they need, this is really important. That's why we're saying argument is that it's a must-have. It's a must-have, and I'm not even just going to limit it to what for the women folk. And in terms of when we even discussed in our group, one of the first things that came up was, first and foremost, equity is a moral imperative. It's unjust for individuals to face systemic barriers, discrimination based on their race, gender, socioeconomic status, or even other factors beyond their control. So in a just society, you know, for everyone to fulfill purpose and achieve life, we need equal access. I always say, paint the scenario. Imagine we're about to have a race and there's a man that's disabled but actually loves athletics. What do we do? Don't you think it's unfair because he can't use his leg not to be able to access the same opportunities that you can because you have 2 legs? So what do? We try to make ease of access so that everyone has a good level playing field. How do we do that? Maybe by giving him a wheeled access chair. You might think on one hand but that's unfair because his wheel so it will accelerate too fast. But then again, if you think about it, you on 2 feet as well, you have an advantage that he doesn't have. And so how do we bridge this gap? So it's not really a measure of what is equal to one should be equal to another, because everyone has their specific limitations. And so because of that, we must bridge that gap. So equity is critical for achieving long-term economic growth and stability. So when individuals are held back due to systemic barriers, the economy suffers as a result. And that's why I showed the statistics at the beginning of this. And so if we really look at it, I talked about the Paris Agreement earlier, and I kind of just gave an exemplification of the differences between those two. Before the Paris Agreement, we had something called the Kyoto Protocol. Now, the Kyoto Protocol, in a nutshell, was trying to make developed countries to do the work, while the developing countries would, not be able to, because the fight for developing countries needed oil and gas to power the economy. And what we now realized was that did not succeed. I mean, if it did, we would not have Paris Agreement till date.
And the reason why Paris Agreement works so well was the bottom-top approach, meaning everyone can do something at the different layers that they are. They say, we understand that the African countries have a certain limitation in terms of technological advancement, in terms of the things that they are trying to achieve. And so what we would do is, we understand that you need to develop your economy. So in developing your economy, prioritize that. But whilst prioritizing that, understand that climate change is a big issue that's bigger than all of us. And so we would say, start from where you are, and every 5 years you do something better, you advance it. Well, for the developed countries, you will have much more because you have more technological advancement, you've obviously got to a level of development and economic growth, so you can even scale it up more. That would now serve as, it's a motivation for the developing countries to meet you where you are. And that is an equal playing field. Additionally, promoting equity is necessary for social cohesion and harmony. When some groups, if you think about it, how we can actually work and access fullness, it creates a more cohesive, stable society. That's why we're having unstable families, because, the women, they need to be empowered. They need to come into, I always say the woman has the multidimensional facility to be the brain power. When you talk about creativity, a man's focus could just be, for instance, just one way of doing things, of how this technology could work. But guess what? The woman will think about risk. How can we multi-diverse it? How can this creativity go for several things? Why limit it to one thing when there can be money, when there can be many? We talked about the right and the left hemisphere, of how you have the right and the left, and how the woman's own is intact. That tells you she has the power capacity, not just to incubate, but to actually produce much more. I don't know about my timing, but in terms of pursuing equity, it will speed up global national development. In a nutshell, the responsibility is on everyone. And thank you very much. But I definitely believe, and as a group, we actually collaboratively discussed and decided that it's a must-have, not a nice-to-have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Favor. I am, given the responsibility to be non-partisan. Let me put it that way in this conversation. But I mean, from the chats, everywhere seems to be on fire. And they're like, tables are breaking. They're like, please take it easy. They're like, what's going on here? Well done, Favor. That was a fantastic 5 minutes. Well done, room 2, room 3. I don't need cold mouth toying. It's really hard, gosh. And I'm just really considering the judges, because their work is even harder, right? But we have very solid and capable people behind those score sheets. And so we'll just give it a few minutes just for those results to come in together. But has it not been fantastic? Room 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just let's for one moment step away from I belong to this room and I belong to that room. How do you feel about the quality of the conversation? Because that's the beauty of having different people come together. The things you didn't think about, or the things your room did not think about, you have another thing thinking about it. And that's what makes it a wholesome conversation. So let me know, how did you feel about this last 20 minutes? I see fire everywhere. Somebody's praising, saying, please, we need eyes. Abby says it's 180%. It's just over the chat. Ugoma says it's been amazing, so many dimensions, and that's what's important. I love the quality of the conversation. The fire is burning. I love how we can apply it to ourselves. Yes, Busola, so it's not just high level, it's not just up there. The fact that it's relative, and you can see how you have a role to play and what you can do in your own community just makes it even more powerful. Rosalind says, powerful, wholesome, equity activation. We are here. I would just take, so he says, no words, truly, blessing, awesome conversation. It was indeed a quality conversation. Oluwatobi says, the quality of conversation got better with each room. When you thought you've heard it all, another room is like, nope, you haven't even seen anything. All right. So let's keep those comments coming in. I'm just checking in with my judges, saying, what's going on? Are we ready? Do we have our winner? Wow, wow, wow. And from what I can see, we do have a winner. And so, first of all, can we just celebrate everyone? everyone who participated in this debate session. Trust me, to stay before 100 people, 100 people plus YouTube, that's going to be a lot of people, and making your case, trying to stay on point and making sure that every point is valid, then it's super important to be celebrated. So can we just celebrate everyone? If you know who represented your group, just say, we're proud of you, Foyi, we're proud of you, Favor, we're proud of you, Rosalind, and just appreciate them. And just appreciate them. Yes, that's amazing. And so, like we said, we understand that this is a group effort, right? Everyone is going to be rewarded, not just our presenters, but everyone in the team, because we all put our heads together, put the points together to get where we are right now. So everyone is going to be rewarded. Yes, celebrate, proud of you, Tony, Rosaline. Yes. Well done to all the betas. Celebrate WEPIA. Yes, we're super proud of you, WEPIA. Amazing. Now to the moment that we've all been waiting for. Ladies and ladies, are we ready? Gege, drum roll, to hear what our judges have to say about this debating session. I want to see the drum rolls in the comments. I want to see the drum rolls in the comments. Okay. Well, it's been a very tough 20 minutes. Great conversation so far. But as you know, we can only have one winner. And so at 4th place, ladies and ladies, can we please celebrate room 4 for an amazing presentation, coming together with a total of 94 points. That is fantastic. Yes, please. Yes, please. Congratulations, room 4. Congratulations, room 4. All right, we're moving on. At 3rd place, ladies, can we celebrate room 3 for putting together a very solid argument and conversation this afternoon? Congratulations. Can we see that congratulations going up? Room 3 at 3rd place. Room 3, well done, with 107.5 points. That's how detailed the judges were. They're like, no point is going missing. Points 1.2. It was hard, but they gave it their 100. This is so amazing. All right, and now we're down to the 1st and 2nd winner. Ladies, are we ready? And of course, at this point, the battle is between room 1 and 2. So fingers crossed. I hear some people praying in their hearts. I see some people really sweating. I see hearts beating so fast. I understand. Amazing. With a total of 110 points. 110 points. Ladies and ladies, can we give it up for room 2? Coming 1st place today, and with a total of 108 points, room 1, so close, came 2nd. Wow. I see the 2. Congratulations, ladies. It was tough. The pressure kept getting worse. On my seat, I was sweating. I'm like, oh my God, Oh my God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone who presented, to everyone who participated in the conversation. Thank you to the judges as well. It's been a really fantastic time, a really, really fantastic time. And of course, we're moving on now to announce what the prizes are going to be. And this is courtesy of our lead coach, General DDK. And so we're really grateful that she's able to give us these fantastic prizes just to celebrate everyone who participated, right? And so, are we ready to hear it? All right, for everyone who participated, because everyone is a winner, we're all going to be given free access to the Declaration of the God's Rising Stars affirmation book. Now, if you've laid your hands on that particular book, you would know that what you're having in your hands or what you're going to be getting is gold. Lots of powerful affirmations that can help you on your journey, even beyond yourself, your family, children, friends, that friend circle that you have. It's a truly fantastic book, a truly fantastic prize, and we are really grateful, DDK, for this that you have given. Everyone is a winner, remember, so everyone gets to have that for participating in the conversation. Moving on to our winners, room 1, 2, 3, and 4, talking about for everyone who represented their rooms, right? For everyone who represented their rooms, they also get to have a prize away from the Declaration of the God's Rising Star. So it's a part of what they get, but alongside that book, they are also going to be getting access to the LAC 2022 replay. Now, that was the in-person conference that we had last year, and trust me, if you were not in the room, you missed out a lot. And for all our presenters, Favor, Wepia, Roslyn, and Foyi, you get to have the replay access for you to just sit into and digest the knowledge from every speaker, every panelist, everyone, who was present at that event. And trust me when I say your mind is going to be blown away. Once again, congratulations, ladies. Congratulations, ladies. Wepia says, rolling on the floor. Thank you so much, DDK. Thank you. And of course, congratulate yourself for making this happen. Like they say, it takes a village to build a house, right? To raise a child, rather, it takes a village. And so if everyone wasn't present, we would not have had such a fantastic time. So thank you for your contribution. I see Faye with a glow, ready to take us on to the final lap of the LAC 2023. Thank you so much for being present, and over to you now, Coach Faye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Adikemi. That was wonderful. Thank you to everybody who participated. Roslyn, Favor, Olua, Foyinsola, and Wepia. Thank you so much. I was in group 3 and you were just dropping gems and I loved it. Thank you for participating and thank you for debating with such passion. We appreciate you and congratulations to all the winners. You were amazing. Thank you very much. One thing I'm disappointed by is nobody ended their debates with, I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that something. Why? I'm very, very, very disappointed that nobody said that. All right, ladies, let's wrap up. We have had an amazing time, amazing 4.5 hours here together. Thank you so much for staying. Thank you for participating with such vigor. I want to say huge thanks to all our panelists, and to DDK, who gave us that wonderful keynote speech. So some final things, two things I want to do before we go. Before we wrap up, what's your one word or one phrase or one sentence highlight from today? So the one thing that you're taking away from today, one word, one phrase, one sentence, give it to me very, very, very quickly in the chat. Very quickly. Very, very quickly. One word, one phrase, one statement, one sentence that you're taking away from today. Like if they wake you up tomorrow night and like, what did you learn at LAC 2023 conference? This is what will come to mind immediately. Olatobi says, don't stagnate, innovate. Yes. Be curious. I know that came up many, 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 many times. I'm going to follow my curiosity. Yes. Take advantage of automation. I am a solution provider. Be very good that you cannot be ignored. Made for more, woman rise. It's okay to not have it all figured out at first. Give room for curiosity. Curiosity, curiosity, curiosity. That's our watchword. I don't deserve it because I am a woman, but because I have developed capacity, 100%. Self-respect, diligence, excellence. Ask questions, be curious, speak up. There's no stupid question, but not asking question is stupidity. Thank you to Coach Yoandi for that one. No question is stupid. It's stupid when you don't ask. Ask. You may never know what is possible until you ask. Pivot. Yes, yes, yes. Speak up, pivot, share, ask questions, active participation, be curious, build capacity, and be eager for mastery. Information is power. Equity is meeting everyone at where they are, 100%. Be curious, be diligent, and get involved. Oh, I lost that. Thank you. Learn, 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 upskill. YouTube fam, I'm waiting to read from you as well. When you have a mission, you don't need permission. Be open to grow. It's about what I bring to the table, not about biological womanhood. Yes, be a problem solver. Become so good you cannot be ignored. Thank you so much. Yes, 100% everything that has been coming through this, I'm going to say tonight, this afternoon has been 100% insightful. Once again, thank you. Thank you to everyone who joined. Thank you to everyone who has been part of it, decide to be part of the decision makers. Thank you to everyone who has been part of today. A few things before we wrap up. The link to join the Immerse Inner Circle is now open in case you didn't catch it before, or you are not a part of the Immerse Inner Circle. We're currently in the middle of a cycle, so you have to ask the people who are in the Immerse Inner Circle to tell you all the goodness that we're enjoying. Join us today. You have till March 31st. The link is open till March 31st. But because we're in the middle of a cycle, you would have to wait till the beginning of the next cycle to, actually become a part of the community. But if you join today, between today and March 31st, and you join the mastermind plan, you immediately get access to the replay of the Visioning 2023 webinar. I even need to start to describe to you how powerful the webinar was this year. So you will immediately get access to the Visioning 2023 webinar, courtesy of our lead coach, DDK. If you join the Superwoman plan, you will immediately get access to the Visioning 2022 webinar replay, courtesy of our lead coach, DDK. So join today. And what are you waiting for? Join today, right now. The link has been posted. Can someone please help me repost it again? Join the Immerse Inner Circle today and just come see for yourself just how much we are having a wonderful time learning, growing, and building, a community that will outlast all of us for generations to come within Superwoman, within Sparkwoman, and in the Future Forward Female Mastermind. Alrighty, that's it. Let's go home. Let's take all that we've learned today and go apply it, to go put it to work. Let's take our curiosity and follow it. Let's take our convictions that equity is possible and equity is, important for a balanced world. And let's take it from here. Let's go apply it in our work, in our businesses, in our families, with our children. And yeah, let's enjoy the rest of the Women's Month celebration. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We love you very, very much. And we are so grateful for you. And we cannot wait to see you flying high. We cannot wait to celebrate you, amazing, amazing, amazing future forward visionary leaders. Hope you have a wonderful week. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, happy birthday to Comfort Michael. I know she was here earlier. She may have dropped off. I've just been told that today is her birthday. Thank you so much for joining. We love you. Thank you, Tony Shedipe. Thank you for being amazing all through today. Thank you so much. We love you. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Masterminders, see you tomorrow. Have a good afternoon and a good evening and a good Friday if your day is just starting. Bye, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.